A serious power struggle is going on, and it looks like we're all going to have to take action in order to make this thing happen. A couple of days ago, I phoned the press office of Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada to try to get an opportunity to present some Dragon family documents to the Canadian government. They have ignored me, and this is a serious insult to the Dragon family that will not go unanswered. So we are now demanding that Mark Carney meet me in person for a debate to discuss the future of Canada and this planet. I am hereby formally challenging him for power, because he was not elected as Prime Minister. He was selected. He was chosen by a bunch of Freemasons who then stole the election to create the result. But unfortunately, it looks like he is being blackmailed or for something, because he is not going along with the program we all decided on, which is to create a future planning agency. So you have been warned, and you know from your sources that this is real. These are real people, and they're not going to let this insult go unanswered. So we'll give you until September 11th to formally reply to us. And I think that September 11th date is a good date for a lot of people to make a lot of demands, to see if we can't use that as a new date to throw things overboard. Speaking about which, we now need to talk about U.S. President Donald Trump. I was sent this video here, which I want you to watch.
But anyway,
it shows Trump with Melania, and it does look like the real Melania, and he's saying, hey, I'm not going anywhere, which is fine and good, but it's still clear that this one, even though they're sitting beside each other, he's shorter than Melania. So what it looks like has happened is the white hats have taken the Trump avatar, the short fat one, and are starting to use it for their own purposes. And we can see that with the comment they posted about Operation Warp Speed, where basically they're saying, well, we thought we were trying to protect everybody, but if it turns out we were lied to, we're not going to cover that up anymore. So they're covering their own asses while at the same time going, and that's a good sign that this new Trump, or this old Trump reading a new script with Melania at his side, is a sign the White Hats are back in control. But to confirm, this is not the original 6'3", 190cm Trump. Take a look at the video of this Trump standing beside the Polish President Rocky. Pardon me if I didn't pronounce that right. Now Rocky is 5'10", and this Trump is clearly about the same height. So it still looks like the American people have lost their president, and a group is trying to keep the pretense of him being alive, because there's so much money and power involved in having that presidential signature that can authorize all these funds. And that's what I think you'll see is going on with all these tech people gathering in the White House, pledging huge amounts of money. They're saying we're going to re-launder all this Fed funny money in the United States, basically. But take a look at the clip, and you'll see what I mean. You know, the West is going through a lot of trouble, but I think we really are going to see some kind of revolution in Western Europe this fall. Now, I think the situation in Germany is going to be especially interesting, because the opposition AfD is almost certainly going to win the next election, and there's a lot of pressure to hold an election soon. The AfD candidates, right, left, and center, I believe more than 16, but they're not going to be able to murder their way out of this. And to understand what sort of mind shift is happening in Germany, please take a look at this clip of an ad put out by the AfD. I don't think, I know from their comments and their other things, they're not racist per se, but what they are saying is the elites have deliberately flooded our country with military-age, non-Christian men who appear to be getting a salary from somewhere and who are causing a huge, jump in crime rates. And a lot of them are welfare bums who are bankrupting the country. And that's something that needs to be said. You can't just pretend this stuff isn't happening because you're going to be called racist. This is nothing about racist. This is about people behaving the way they're supposed to or not behaving the way they're supposed to. And when you have a bunch of antisocial people who come into your country and causing crimes, my advice to the Germans is that with very few exceptions, most immigrants who are now on welfare should be asked to get a job or leave. That's what I would do. Then you can get the useful ones and get rid of the criminal trash that came along with them. In any case, there's also going to be something happening in the UK for sure, because it turns out they arrested 12,000 people in the UK in 2023 for things they wrote online. This is not the England of the Magna Carta, where your leaders can arrest you for no good reason whatsoever. This is something very serious. And we know that Keir Starmer is one of the blackmailed pedophiles from Epstein Island, and that is not going to go away. He's going to be removed. Same with Merz in Germany. He's going to be removed. And, Mark Carney, I think, your time is running out. Our patience is running out. And we're going to out you as a criminal who got placed by a stolen election unless you move out. But in France, too, we're getting calls from French intelligence saying, please do not, even though Macron is now a puppet reading a script, he holds the presidential authority, which gives the white hats an opportunity to use him to make serious changes in France. So they want to keep him there as an image so that they can carry out the constitutional changes they need to fix the problems France now has. So we're leaving it up to them. But we'd like to hear from the people who have this new Trump reading his script. We'd like to talk to them. But I think they should understand that Western leadership right now is in serious trouble. What are they saying? What are they telling our people? They're saying, Iran's going to threaten us, so we have to start a war with them. Or Venezuela, we got to have a war with them. Stuff like that. They're not saying what kind of future do we want, what kind of world do we want to live in. And I think it was a deliberate hot mic moment that I believe billions of people have seen. You've probably already seen it too, but I think you should watch this clip of Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping talking about immortality. That is exactly what we have been talking about. If we can take control of the financial system, we can dedicate the funds necessary to make immortality a reality and turn this planet into heaven on earth. That's what we're trying to do. But if they continue to stand in the way, they will learn the lesson that was learned by the King of Khwarezm when he was rude to Genghis Khan's emissaries. The results of refusal of this generous offer will be catastrophic. Well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. In a recent interview, the CEO of Palantir, Dr. Alex Carl, said, and I quote, "I hate the enemies of Palantir." Is this guy referring to the human race? Because in my opinion, the enemy of Palantir is the human race.
Well, the enemy is sheeple who will not obey their technocratic rule, I think is the answer. My advice for what the average person can do is, sometimes just leave your cell phone at home, take out some cash, and go shopping that way. Stuff like that. There are little things you can do to help overthrow these people. You don't have to be a hero to do stuff like that, but what we don't want is to let them outlaw cash and put us forever in a digital prison. Next question.
Ben, we have our last question for today. You touched on this a little bit, but when will Europe return to free speech? People are being arrested for hurting people's feelings on social media. This is ridiculous. When will Europe return to the free speech it had before? Furthermore, in Canada, Chief McSween of Ontario York's regional police said in regards to illegals perpetuating home invasions, quote, "We should hide and comply. In other words, don't fight back." This was right after a home invasion in which what kind of dystopian nightmare are we living in, and how long can we expect this to last?
Well, hopefully not much longer. I have some stuff I'm going to write about this Ford character in my next report, but he's definitely a cabal implant. Uh, Overall, I think the fight is reaching its final push, but we all need to personally take action at this point to remove them, because they have people who need to be removed visibly and publicly are Bill Gates, Gavin Newsom, House Speaker Johnson, all the Clintons, the heads of the big tech corporations, the heads of the big, we need to firmly take away their control of the magic money machine and the corporations and return that to the people and the real entrepreneurs who actually build value. That's what we're going to do. And we all need to take the fight to them. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. I hope to see you next week.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, President John F. Kennedy Sr. and JFK Jr. were said to be alive, both thriving under the White Hat Victim Witness Protection Program. At least that's what Carolyn Bessette Kennedy claimed. Miss Kennedy ought to know. She was reported to have gone down with her husband and sister in that plane crash so many years ago, but evidently not. JFK Sr. was alive and thriving under White Hat military protection in the Victim Witness Program after surviving the deep state hit decades ago. White Hats never stopped fighting. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram Wednesday, March 18, 2026. What Bessette didn't say, and most Annans were aware of, was that her husband and father-in-law, along with President Donald Trump, were heading the greatest financial shift in world history, plus restoring the U.S. constitutional republic with Trump as Commander-in-Chief and JFK Jr. as his VP. That fight was coming to a climax. Wednesday evening, March 18, 2026 was the night the cabal crumbled and Nizara/Jazara payouts and debt forgiveness went live around the globe. A rolling worldwide EBS began at midnight along with 10 to 12 days of darkness where all media was rerouted through Starlink. The 10 to 12 days of blackout was accompanied by bank closures, ATMs not working and temporary martial law while the global military alliance made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile traitors. The first TBS broadcast will be the raids, live, uncensored footage of the main characters of the global child trafficking ring being dragged into the light. The green light on the Empire State Building Wednesday night was a transmission, a warning to some, confirmation to others. The sky above New York was pulsing. A frequency shift you can feel in your bones. For the next 72 hours the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information. The real history of the last 100 years. The crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it. The technology that was stolen from you. The financial system that enslaved you. All of it, unfiltered, undeniable and unstoppable. The above about the Kennedys being alive and running the Q movement shouldn't be all that surprising. So much truth has been kept from the public in this war of good against evil. Judy note, some research links in the below article have long been taken down by the bad guys. I left them in to let the reader know they once existed. The below was an article I wrote 12 years ago. Yeah. No way. Satanists don't like to be brought out in the open. Friday, August 22, 2014. Mafia threatens Pope, court considers child sacrifice links to Vatican, CIA, Sinclair Oil, HSBC, Cargill, Cameco Uranium, Anthony Kidman. Under Canadian law, no one has been investigated, charged or tried for. The Government of Canada, British Crown, and Catholic, United and Anglican Church officials who ran 80 Canadian native residential schools wherein hide at least 32 child mass grave sites, have been legally absolved of all responsibility. An investigator for the Irish Guarded Police Force testified before the ICLC court in Brussels that marks on some bones of 796 children found in an Irish Roman Catholic nun septic tank. Another child mass grave site was located on Catholic-owned land. On Wednesday, March 19, 2026, EBS Global Activation imminent within 48 hours. President Trump and JFK Jr. deliver joint address from Jerusalem in a biblical moment. Two American patriots return the Holy Land to sovereignty under God. Trump rips the Zionist cabal grip. Simpsons cartoon prediction of Trump as King of Israel unfolds exactly. On Thursday, March 20, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS across 209 nations. Trump seizes the sovereign treasury from the cabal. No more income taxes, replaced by tariffs and 14% sales tax on new goods. SCOTUS attempts blocked as 15% global tariff slams into effect. Deep state traders melt in fear. May 17, 2026, sees Trump calling for rededication at the National Mall, beginning the Jubilee year with intense prayer over 49 days to July 4. This aligns perfectly for spiritual revival. See 2s. March 17, 2026, Bruce, the big call Bank of America and Chase banks were finally connected to the QFS at 4 a.m. Monday morning, March 16, 2026. 93 banks in Europe were not connected to the QFS and would likely never be. A Wells Fargo paymaster predicted we would be notified Wednesday 18th of March or Thursday 19th of March. A military contact said we would be notified before Friday 20th of March. Bondholders have been told they would have usable funds on Wednesday or Thursday. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Wednesday, March 18, 2026, just in, Trump goes to war with the Fed. Demands immediate rate cuts, calls out too late Powell, March 18, 2026. WED. March 18, 2026, boom. Fedgate 2026, $1 trillion Fed scam exposed, insider drops bombshell, Federal Reserve is just a giant hedge fund now. Wednesday, March 18, 2026, over $2.3 trillion in off-ledger assets have been quietly positioned through U.S. Treasury-aligned channels since 2018. Stored across strategic reserves in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Alaska. His assets were never recorded in public balance sheets. They were transferred through defense contractors, sovereign funds, and restructured under emergency authorization protocols. Internal documents link these holdings directly to the ISO 20022 transition framework, preparing a fully asset-backed settlement layer. This reserve was not built for the current system. It was built for what comes next. Wednesday, March 18, 2026, boom. RV. Military op, the new financial system, step out of the matrix and into the golden age. Dinar, Dong, and ZIM. GCR. The alliance, the White Hats military, Trump Tier 4 be activated on Telegram. Boom. The White Hats are leading the charge in the global currency reset, GCR, with a military operation to bring down the corrupt financial system. Get ready for the revaluation, RV, of the Iraqi dinar, and Zimbabwean ZIM. This is being described as the moment to break free from the old system and step into a new era of prosperity, freedom, and wealth redistribution. The global revolution has begun. Prepare for the greatest shift in human history. The financial reset many have been talking about is presented as a complete transformation of the system. The golden age is said to be on the horizon, where humanity reclaims control over its economic future. The Great Awakening, humanity is waking up to the truth. The old financial structure, built on debt and control, is being challenged. Many believe the world is entering a period where people recognize their own power and the system begins to change. The global currency reset, a complete overhaul of the financial system. Supporters say the shift moves from fiat currencies controlled by central banks to a system backed by real assets such as gold and silver, connected to the quantum financial system, QFS. The quantum financial system, QFS, the future of money is digital. Described as decentralized and secure, the QFS uses advanced ledger technology to create transparent and fast global transactions, with networks like Stellar playing a role in global financial connectivity. The key players, Iraqi dinar, and Zimbabwean ZIM. These currencies are said to be at the center of the revaluation event, potentially triggering large-scale wealth realignment and supporting global humanitarian projects. The revolution has begun, and many believe there is no stopping it. The old world is changing, and a new era of economic freedom and global cooperation is being discussed as the future. Stand strong, stay aware, and watch as history continues to unfold. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada. H2s. March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement, President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pool on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God. Given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power. And the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. A Constitutional Republic of Canada, the only way to Canadian sovereignty, no referendum required. Canada and the 1932 Westminster Statute. Government of Canada, Canada. The Illusion. Clip 5, Statute of Westminster, 1931 J. Wars, wars and rumors of wars. Wednesday, March 18, 2026, the Iranian regime just collapsed. New Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei is dead. White Hat Special Forces struck his bunker at 3:33 EET. He was executed on the spot. Iran has surrendered. The Islamic Republic is finished. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Operation Epic Fury. Hours ago, U.S. forces successfully employed multiple 5,000-pound deep penetrator munitions on hardened Iranian missile sites along Iran's coastline near the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian anti-ship cruise missiles in these sites posed a risk to international shipping in the strait, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. Guru Information and Intel K. Wednesday, March 28, 2026. 107. Trump breaking news. March 18, 2026. All hell is breaking loose in 48 hours. 107 on Telegram. 107 has issued a critical update, revealing that President Trump is in no position to bow to the crazy demands coming from the Iranian regime. The mullahs are pushing for full American withdrawal from the Middle East along with enormous payoffs and other insane concessions. According to the latest intelligence, in the next 48 hours. These regime leaders are operating in a suicidal frenzy. They are pushing the world to the absolute edge, apparently hoping for some messianic arrival or even alien intervention to save them from what is coming. This fits perfectly with their apocalyptic religion that requires bringing the planet to total destruction before their savior appears. The Iranian people have suffered tremendously under this cult. Iran holds deep biblical significance as the land of Esther and the burial place of the prophet Daniel. Right now it has the fastest growing Christian population anywhere on Earth. After the regime's savage crackdowns during the uprising several years back, which killed between 60,000 and 70,000 innocent souls, especially targeting women with unbelievable brutality, a powerful underground resistance formed. This resistance has sent a clear and terrifying message to police and military officials. They know where the families of the oppressors live and will not hesitate to strike back. The fight has intensified once again as the people see their moment of opportunity under President Trump. Trump has repeatedly stated that this is the time for the Iranian citizens to rise up and remove these dictators who do not speak for them. The regime has sponsored global terrorism since the fall of the Shah. In the Congo alone, over 20 million Christians were slaughtered with Iranian support alongside other militant groups. Similar terror networks run through South America via Venezuela. Neutralizing Iran is essential for any real-world peace. The mullahs continue issuing nuclear and biological weapon threats. Trump and the White Hats are taking them deadly seriously. Precision strikes are currently destroying key facilities while minimizing civilian harm. Chinese deep state assets and infrastructure that allowed control over Iranian ports and oil are being systematically eliminated. This surgical approach ensures that when reconstruction begins, the Iranian people will rebuild on their own terms without cabal influence. Trump will structure the recovery so Iran repays every cent, keeping the burden off American taxpayers while securing lasting freedom. Meanwhile, the globalist forces are desperately attacking the patriot community. Soros money and foreign interests are funding efforts to divide and demoralize MAGA supporters through various influencers. Yet the White Hats have already achieved massive victories by sending dangerous gang leaders like Trenda Aragua directly to Gitmo and disrupting terror cells across the country. The original installation of the Khomeini regime was a deep state operation engineered during his time in French exile. That long-term chaos plan is now collapsing. A massive Christian awakening combined with military precision is bringing biblical justice to the region. Patriots, the storm is upon us and Trump is executing the final phase. The deep state is in total panic as their Iranian stronghold crumbles. Stay strong, trust the plan, and prepare for the greatest awakening in history. Victory is closer than ever. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Swan 07 High Alert shares never before heard Trump and U.S. military intel. Media Greer. Hello there, beautiful souls. It's me, Media Greer, and if we haven't crossed paths before, let me assure you it's no coincidence that you've landed here today. I've spent every sunrise and sunset of my life on a tireless quest, seeking out the radiant essence of truth in this vast, dazzling universe of ours. In a powerful gathering on March 18, 2026, 107 shared explosive never before heard intel on President Trump and U.S. military operations with patriots immersed in spiritual warfare. These revelations confirm the White Hats have the plan under full control and the deep state is collapsing rapidly. One explained how President Trump must work within the system using congressionally approved advisors while cleverly challenging corrupt elements like Fauci. Health policy moves were 4D chess strategies to expose frauds and protect the public while military operations positioned as truths emerge daily. Military actions in Iran target deep state and Chinese infrastructure, freeing the country as Christianity grows at unprecedented rates. Parallel efforts in Venezuela, Cuba, and Mexico stop fentanyl flows and child exploitation rings threatening American families. A massive school bond crisis will hit banks harder than 2008, paving way for the reset. Trump is set to abolish the IRS and taxes on Social Security. Silver will rocket above $300 an ounce soon, rewarding those patriots who prepare. One emphasized keeping the body in top condition through natural methods that recently transformed his health, essential for the battles. May 17, 2026, sees Trump calling for rededication at the National Mall, beginning the Jubilee year with intense prayer over 49 days to July 4th. This aligns perfectly for spiritual revival. The 2020 fight climax is now. Tribunals approach, children are saved, no weapon prospers. Patriots, the storm is upon us. Deep state falls, awakening surges. Hold the line, best is yet to come. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Explosive intel confirms JFK Sr. alive and thriving under white hat military protection in the victim witness program after surviving the deep state hit decades ago. White hats never stopped fighting. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Trump stands as Commander-in-Chief of the Restored Republic, with JFK Jr. poised to step forward as Vice President in the greatest reveal patriots have awaited. We're in divine hands, God wins. The global currency reset ignites now, launching the gold-backed quantum financial system across 209 nations. Trump seized control from the cabal's Federal Reserve stranglehold, restoring sovereign treasury power. Income tax abolished forever, replaced by fair tariffs and a low sales tax on new goods only. Deep state puppets scream as their fiat empire crumbles. Martial law clamps down worldwide to secure the transition. Global military alliance under Trump activates final phase, mass arrests of cabal elites, pedophile networks exposed and dismantled, traitors in chains. No escape, the storm is here. Emergency broadcast system via Starlink prepares to flood screens with undeniable truth. 10 days of darkness imminent, power grids temporarily down for secure Nizara/Jazara rollout. Stock essentials, food, water, cash, generators. Banks go dark as old system dies, QFS takes over seamlessly. Jazara activates humanitarian relief on massive scale, debt forgiveness, prosperity packages delivered, suppressed technologies released. Zim redemptions begin for humanitarian projects, followed by currency exchanges at sky-high rates for Kennedy curse broken, family reunited in victory. The Republic rises, Constitution restored, freedom reborn. The end of tyranny is now, patriots hold the line. The greatest awakening in history unfolds. Where we go one, we go all. WWG1G. N. What we think we know as of Thursday, March 19, 2026. I'm not an asshole. I am actually one of the nicest people you will ever meet. You are just pissed because I can see through your bullshit. Sunday, March 15, 2026. Maui storm 2026. Drone shows widespread flooding and destruction. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Senator Kennedy on spending cuts. Democrats left in silence as Kennedy brutally destroyed them on President Trump's spending cuts. March 18, 2026. The Clinton Foundation unloaded FEMA's formaldehyde-contaminated trailers from Hurricane Katrina to the victims in Haiti. A total of $12 to $16 billion was raised for the victims in Haiti, and new shelters were supposed to be built. Instead, to save money, and allegedly pocket the difference, they took the trailers that were contaminated with formaldehyde from FEMA from Hurricane Katrina and gave them to the schools and people in Haiti. They knew these trailers were contaminated and that these shelters were supposed to be new construction. The people of Haiti received less than 2.8% of the $14 billion raised for them, and a total of only 7 small huts were built out of billions of dollars, the Chiffon Telegram. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Breaking, Trump springs the NATO trap, we don't need them to crush Iran. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Intel confirmed, Iranian terror masterminds strike out, Minister Esmail Khatib killed in overnight military strike. Officially been terminated, SG Anon on Telegram. March 18, 2026. Breaking alert, every American needs to watch this Tucker Carlson video, Iran war warning. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Boom, Trump's Energy Act kicks in. U.S. sells Alaska oil and gas leases for first time since 2019, March 18, 2026. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Boom. Gitmo thunder strikes, meet Darsh Crandall, the deep state's worst nightmare. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Breaking special report, House passes bill requiring automatic deportation for illegals who commit welfare fraud. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Delayed at the airport. Thank a Democrat. Democrats have voted repeatedly to protect criminal illegal aliens and prevent our own American TSA agents from getting paychecks. Democrats have chosen to make the American people suffer just so illegal aliens can stay in our country. More than 300 TSA agents have quit their job. They weren't getting paid and had to provide for their family. Israeli general, no, we didn't. Chinese scholar, stop lying. You people have murdered more than 70,000 children in Palestine. White hats on Telegram. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. The Rothschilds sank the Titanic to set up the Federal Reserve. JFK secrets on Telegram. The Titanic was deliberately sunk to eliminate three billionaire men who opposed the Federal Reserve, due to their wealth and influence. The Federal Reserve Act of 1913, a sinister elite-controlled private banking system to oversee all financial institutions. J.P. Morgan and the Titanic. J.P. Morgan, who funded and built the Titanic, cancelled his voyage at the last moment, as did his friend Milton Hershey, who later expanded his food empire. The ship featured electromagnetic deck sealing, potentially trapping passengers below. Aftermath and the Federal Reserve. Post-Titanic, the Federal Reserve was established under questionable circumstances in 1914. John Jacob Astor IV, a Tesla supporter and critic of the Federal Reserve, perished, his family being one of the wealthiest and most opposed to the new system. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. On July 4, 1917, Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island, New York, was demolished by the federal government when they found out he was planning to give the world free energy as a gift. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. It was an early experimental wireless transmission station designed and built in 1901 to 1902. They censored Tesla using the newspapers they controlled. Nikola Tesla was one of the most important inventors of all the time, and they never taught you about him in schools, and this is solely because they don't want you digging about free energy. President Trump intended to expose Nizar laws, freeing peoples of the world from debt by returning stolen taxpayer monies back to the people. By that time the EBS, which already has taken over all mainstream media, TV, radio and internet worldwide, would proclaim that within the next 5 hours everyone needed to be home for a worldwide lockdown that would perhaps last 10 to 12 days. For the first 72 hours of those 10 to 12 days, 10 countries will broadcast 24/7 in 22 different languages, 8-hour documentaries that disclose what Trump's global military alliance has been doing to free the world from clutches of the Satan-worshipping Illuminati deep state global elite, and thus wake up the masses. The Trump alliance has already activated. POTUS was heading to Israel undercover, to take command of the Temple Mount and reclaim it for God's true warriors. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has been confirmed dead. On Monday evening, March 16, 2026, Netanyahu was erased in a silent operation with no body, no trace, just divine vanishing. Every move was ours from the start, scripted to expose the Zionist cabal's grip on humanity. Tier 4B ISO 20022 platform on Telegram. U.S. martial law has exploded into full force, tanks were rolling on D.C. streets. Deep state hideouts have been vaporized by tactical strikes. On Tuesday, 17th of March, Cuba's entire electrical grid collapsed, putting the country in a blackout for the first time since the U.S. blocked oil to the country. More of the global military alliance secret victories: plus the British monarchy has fallen. Plus the Black Lordship of Rome has fallen. Plus Hollywood is down. Plus the Vatican has fallen. Plus dark Rothschild family members have fallen. Plus cabal bases are destroyed worldwide. Plus abused children were being saved all over the world. Plus Orion 5 with 50 federal countries, relentlessly hits the drug trade. Plus slaves in underground tunnels are freed all over the world. Plus money laundering will be prevented. Plus liberation of cabal countries like Serbia, lately, is a fact. Plus in many countries hundreds of pedophiles are arrested every day. Plus Empire U. Powerful names are being collapsed. Humanity recognizes politicians who suppress the masses worldwide. Reports from multiple high-level channels indicate the final phase is now underway. Military White Hat operations together with Space Force infrastructure are taking control of the global communications network. The Starlink constellation is positioned and ready to deliver the information release. Legacy satellite systems tied to mainstream media are expected to go dark. Traditional broadcast towers are being phased out of the grid. The window for the 10 days of darkness is starting to open. This is operational. Localized power disruptions, temporary internet outages, and cell signal interruptions may occur as part of a coordinated shutdown designed to maintain civilian safety while major operations unfold. QFS synchronization at the highest levels is reportedly complete. Asset-backed financial frameworks are activating step by step. The old fiat system is reaching its final stage. Justice operations that began years ago are now moving fast. Individuals long suspected of corruption are said to be facing accountability. Detention facilities are fully operational. Military tribunals are accelerating behind closed doors. Faith remains central. Many believe this moment represents a historic turning point. Darkness cannot stand forever. Truth eventually rises. Prepare your household. Have water, food, candles, batteries, and essential supplies ready in case of temporary disruptions. During outages, limit normal phone usage and rely on backup communication if available. For many, the Great Awakening was no longer an idea, but a moment unfolding in real time. WWG Wonga. B. What we think we know that we don't want to know. On Sunday, May 17, 2026, Trump has called for a National Day of Prayer, which will launch a 49-day season to Saturday, 4 July, when restoration of the constitutional republic will be celebrated and invoked by Sunday, July 5, 2026. D. Wars and Rumors of Wars. 2s. March 17, 2026. Fox News. White House Press Secretary Leavitt: ballistic missile attacks from Iran right now are down 90%. Their drone capabilities are down 95%. We have sunk more than 65 of their naval ships. We've hit more than 6,000 targets. We are totally eradicating this threat. 2s. March 17, 2026. Barack Hussein Obama and Joe Biden have been exposed for putting the entire world at risk due to propping up Iran. Kayleigh McEnany: a $400 million cash transfer was flown out to Iran. $400 million was just the tip of the iceberg. 1 month later, The Wall Street Journal reported the Obama White House sent 3 different payments to Iran, totaling $1.3 billion, with a B. A day later, Obama's Deputy Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, ran to CNN to defend his boss's nuclear deal and the cash transfer. Fast forward to 2023. The Biden White House cleared the way for the release of $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. In the years since, Iran continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Today, where we are seeing absolute strength of the U.S. military on full display, all roads lead to Obama. Israel is last. 2s. March 17, 2026, the Prime Minister of Qatar told Tucker Carlson that Qatar's ties with Hamas began years ago at the request of the U.S. government. He says all the money flowing into Gaza is routed through Israel and Mossad. 2s. March 17, 2026, Joe Kent resigned from his position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center due to the pressure of the Israeli government on the United States to start war with Iran, Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. On Sunday, May 17, 2026, Trump has called for a National Day of Prayer, which will launch a 49-day season to Saturday, 4 July, when restoration of the constitutional republic will be celebrated and invoked by Sunday, July 5, 2026. 2s. March 17, 2026. Bruce, the big call. Judy note: we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. H2s. March 17, 2026. You can see the memo. You will encounter this reality before it is explained on television. Either tonight or today, when PDFs receive a new seal, Treasury pages will subtly switch to archive mode. Banners, Nizara/Jazara connected on Telegram. Pay stubs funded by the QFS rail may arrive early or with a different reference line. Some mortgages have a temporary audit hold on escrow and fees. No action is required. 48 hours later, in waves. A one-time biometric pair is needed for Phase 2 of the public wallet. There was no SSN entered. Withholding lines on payroll portals read paused. Agency dashboards display a tariff credit note. Expect lower ATM limits and less maintenance on weekends as community banks switch to the new ledger. Avoid signing updated loan terms that are presented to you during audits. Await the briefings. Don't force updates or reinstall apps after the first TBS tone. Steer clear of office visits as the majority of confirmations will be digital. Bring this to the meetings. A picture ID, the last 2 pay stubs, any small business tax letters, and the most recent mortgage statement, Take screenshots of the current balances both before and after pairing. In the first wave, who is relieved? Veterans and fixed income pensions are processed using QFS rails. Small businesses were enrolled by community banks. Revaluation windows. Homeowners were reported for unlawful junk fees during the initial title sweep. Indications that we are in a tunnel. 1. Market feeds print data void for longer than 6 minutes. 2. The gold spot flashes 888.88 on all exchanges for a minute. 3. State portals now have the header service by Treasury. 4. When C-SPAN switches to a silent seating chart, there is no commentary. When the tone is reached, advice on wallet pairing should come after brief looping briefings on the benefits of Nizara and Jazara. Deadlines will alternate between fulfilled and reconciled after the audit batch posting. Use the bank you already trust. Bank portals offer small business relief buttons. I2s. March 17, 2026 Total reclamation. Trump launches the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history, trillions coming back to U.S. citizens through the quantum financial system, QFS, 107 on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump has launched the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history. By signing the executive order for the task force to eliminate fraud on March 16, 2026, with Vice President J.D. Vance leading the charge. He is targeting trillions siphoned by the deep state through fraud in federal programs, contracts, and entitlements. This bold strike hits the heart of the globalist networks that have robbed Americans for decades to fund their evil agendas. The waste is immense, with states already exposing billions in scams like massive Medicaid fraud rings operated by insiders and foreign elements. Trump is reclaiming it all through the powerful quantum financial system. Military white hats ensure secure, quantum encrypted transfers straight to citizen accounts, completely bypassing the corrupt legacy banks and their schemes. QFS is activating fully now as banks sync up, ending the fiat scam and SWIFT control forever as part of the long-prophesied financial reset. This action starves the deep state of its blood money used for endless wars, open borders invasions, and operations targeting patriots. The recovered trillions will slash national debts, lower taxes, and fuel major MAGA victories. Special ops teams are tracking every asset from black budgets and laundered offshore accounts, with QFS immutable ledgers making it impossible for the thieves to hide or escape justice. As the Great Awakening unfolds, patriots witness Nizara principles activating. The cabal is in chaos, facing imminent mass exposures, arrests, and military tribunals. Every true American must prepare their QFS access as the prosperity distributions begin rolling out in the coming weeks. President Trump is delivering on total reclamation, restoring full sovereignty and rightful wealth to the people who built this nation. The deep state era of unchecked theft and tyranny is finally ending, ushering in a glorious golden age of freedom, abundance, and justice for all loyal patriots. J2s. March 17, 2026, the biggest financial scam in U.S. history. The Federal Reserve turned America into a debt machine for the banking elite. Trump and the QFS are crushing IT in 2026, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. The Federal Reserve is the greatest scam in American history, a private cartel pretending to be governmental while stealing wealth from citizens via endless debt. Born in 1913 from secret Jekyll Island meetings by Rockefeller, Morgan, and Warburg bankers, it was signed into law by Woodrow Wilson, surrendering money creation to elites who print fiat currency with no backing. As of March 2026, this Ponzi scheme demands ever more debt to pay previous loans, enslaving generations. The Fed creates money from keystrokes. Lends to government at interest paid by taxpayers through IRS enforcement. Inflation, a hidden tax, skyrockets costs of food and homes, eroding savings while Wall Street insiders profit hugely. They rig rates, cause market crashes, and bail out big banks with trillions. This funds global wars and conflicts, benefiting arms dealers and deep state players at the cost of American lives. The petrodollar forces oil in dollars, triggering interventions against challengers like past Middle East actions. But Donald Trump is dismantling this deep state tool. His policies challenge Fed power, and behind scenes, white hats roll out the quantum financial system with quantum tech for secure, asset-backed money immune to fraud. Nizara advances with debt forgiveness, IRS abolition, and constitutional restoration. Millions will see their fraudulent debts forgiven, the IRS dismantled forever, replaced by a simple fair tax, empowering every citizen and restoring power to the states as intended by the Constitution. Patriots know the elites panic as bricks and gold systems threaten dollar hegemony. Tribunals await traitors, and a golden age of prosperity awaits as the debt slavery ends. The Great Awakening is here, with Trump leading to true freedom. The banking elite's empire falls as QAnon stands strong, and the plan to liberate America succeeds spectacularly. This marks the end of centuries of control and America's true renaissance under patriotic leadership. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada. L2s. March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots. The storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Constitutional Republic of Canada. The only way to Canadian sovereignty, no referendum required, Canada and the 1932 Westminster Statute. Government of Canada, Canada. The Illusion. Clip 5, Statute of Westminster, 1931. P2s. March 17, 2026, breaking, White Hats rally, the storm ignites as Trump leads the charge against deep state shadows, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. The gathering pulses with unyielding resolve. Ricardo Bossi, Michael Jocko, John Michael Chambers, and Derek Johnson converge, unleashing truths that shatter illusions. Q's vigilant warriors stand firm, eyes piercing through scripted deceptions, connecting ancient patterns to today's headlines like Revelation's prophecies unfolding. These digital soldiers, fluent in crypto ledgers and election anomalies, hold the line with Isaiah's fire, arming veterans and awakening minds. Trump's bold warnings echo, assassins lurk, but the White Hats expand the battlefield, flipping the Overton window wide. Tariffs crush foreign thieves, exposing Supreme Court corruption tied to Clinton shadows and foreign bribes. By April 2026, investigations will dismantle judicial overreach, reclaiming sovereignty as Trump doubles down, tariffs soaring to 50% on cheaters. The deep state's narrow debates crumble under this onslaught. Epstein's web unravels, dragging elites into the light. Arrests mount, Prince Andrew, Peter Mandelson, Norwegian leaders fall for misconduct, peeling Bach. Epstein's web unravels, dragging elites into the light. Arrests mount, Prince Andrew, Peter Mandelson, Norwegian leaders fall for misconduct, peeling back layers to child trafficking horrors. Files drip, fueling outrage, but white hats monitor, breaking moral chains. Humanity's numb souls awaken to the scale, adrenalized blood trades, McDonald's secrets, evil tires, momentum surges on our side. Tribunals churn at Gitmo, sentences executed in shadows, ready for revelation by summer 2026. Iran simmers as strategic strikes expose Obama's failed deals, uranium lies at 80%. No world war, just precision dismantling diplomacy's facade, tying to assassination plots. Trump's exile claims. Bait for puppets. Aliens loom, files released by mid-2026, ET DNA manipulations, ancient tech jumps, Gilgamesh truths, sky people in Bibles. Eisenhower's greeted treaty exposed, portals glimpsed, underground bases like Area 51 pulse with secrets. Humanity's origins rewrite, freeing us from lies. Elections secure by November 2026, voter ID, no mail-ins except essentials. Save Act enforces despite Senate, military government overrides, sanitizing rolls under Executive Order 13,848. Cyber teams guard, exposing 2024 frauds. Swing states reclaimed, deep state capitulates. Trump, Supreme Commander, declares, occupied no more, Great Liberation dawns January 20, 2027. Puppets flee as sovereignty restores. Patriots, the veil rips. Evil's ugly run ends, we've endured, refined in fire. Momentum's ours, collective consciousness unbreakable. White hats unite, storm raging, light victorious. Hold fast, dawn breaks, empires fall, Q's plan unbreakable. S2s. March 17, 2027, CIA Project Artichoke files, declassified records reveal Cold War human experimentation, and why ID still sparks controversy, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. Declassified documents tied to CIA programs from the early Cold War, particularly Project Artichoke, have resurfaced in public discussion, reigniting debate about how far intelligence agencies went in experimenting on human behavior and control. Originally launched in the early 1950s, Project Artichoke was a precursor to the better-known MKUltra program. Its stated goal was to explore methods of interrogation, psychological manipulation, and behavior control using chemicals, drugs, and other techniques. A 1952 memo from the program outlines research into substances that could be administered undetected and used to influence mental states, including anxiety, confusion, or compliance. These experiments were part of a broader Cold War context, where U.S. intelligence feared adversaries were developing similar capabilities. Some of the documents reference theoretical methods of delivery, including the possibility of introducing substances through everyday channels such as food, drink, or medical treatments. However, historians emphasize that much of this research remained experimental, and the full extent of real-world application is still debated. Project Artichoke operated alongside other classified efforts and involved collaboration with military and scientific institutions. By the mid-1950s, it transitioned into MKUltra, which later became the subject of public outrage after investigations revealed that unwitting individuals had been exposed to substances like LSD. In 1973, many MKUltra records were destroyed, but surviving files and U.S. Senate hearings in 1977 confirmed that secret human experiments had taken place, often lacking proper oversight or ethical safeguards. These revelations raise serious questions about government accountability, medical ethics, and the limits of national security programs. They continue to influence modern debates around public trust, especially when discussions turn to healthcare systems and pharmaceuticals. While some claims circulating online go far beyond documented evidence, the core historical fact remains: Cold War intelligence programs did conduct covert experiments aimed at influencing human behavior, and in some cases, those experiments crossed ethical lines. Today, Project Artichoke stands as a reminder of a period when secrecy, fear, and geopolitical rivalry pushed scientific research into dangerous territory, leaving behind a legacy that still shapes public skepticism and demands for transparency. Voter fraud, twos. March 17, 2026, Dominion voting machines were allegedly found by election experts to be programmed in some counties to give Biden 113% per vote, and Trump only 87% per vote. From that moment on, control over the money supply shifted away from direct public oversight into a central banking structure capable of creating currency, setting interest rates, and steering the entire economy. At its core, the criticism is simple: money today is largely created through debt. The system expands by issuing loans, meaning new money enters circulation only when more debt is created. Over time, this builds a cycle where governments, businesses, and citizens remain locked in continuous borrowing, while interest payments flow upward into the financial system. Inflation becomes the silent pressure point. As more money is created, purchasing power drops. Everyday life becomes more expensive: housing, food, energy, while savings lose value. Meanwhile, during financial crises, major institutions are often stabilized through massive liquidity injections, reinforcing the perception that the system protects the top while the average citizen absorbs the cost. Critics also argue that this structure extends beyond domestic economics. Central banking policies influence global markets, debt systems, and even geopolitical strategy, linking finance with international power dynamics. Supporters of reform push for alternatives: greater transparency, audits, asset-backed currencies, or entirely new financial infrastructures that would limit centralized control and reduce dependency on debt-based money. Whether viewed as a stabilizing institution or a deeply flawed system, one reality is clear: the Federal Reserve sits at the center of America's economic engine. And as pressure builds from both economic shifts and public skepticism, the debate over who should control money and how is becoming louder than ever.
25. I have moved back to Canada, and I will be basing myself here for the foreseeable future. This is a big move for me, but it is not unexpected. I think today I need to explain why I went to Asia in the first place. Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson of Canada was a friend of the family's. He used to come over for dinner, and it's especially close to my father. And Lester Pearson ran a Canada that was really very, very successful and functional country. Pearson was up against Henry Kissinger and the Zionists because he proposed, for example, he won the Nobel Peace Prize for proposing UN peacekeeping troops to stop all these conflicts by getting in between the fighting sides. And this, of course, annoyed the Zionists and the people who wanted to create an American world dictatorship under Henry Kissinger, because they needed these wars to conquer the planet. Unfortunately, Canada alone could not stop the Zionist and American juggernaut. I asked my father, who was a Canadian ambassador to various countries, why he never ran for office, and he said that Canada was too weak. Canada alone could not make a difference. And that's one of the reasons why more than 40 years ago I decided to go to Asia to try to get Asian help. Well, that help has arrived, and at this point a deal is being reached to try to bankrupt the people behind the entire Zionist project, and we're almost there. The years of forensic investigation have led me to the pharaonic Octagon Group in Switzerland as the former secret controllers of the West, and they are now reduced to a rump. The only people, as far as I can tell, who are resisting the switch to a polycentric world and not a single world dictatorship controlled by some kind of Zionist self-proclaimed God King, is the Rothschild family, and they are now headed by Jean-Michel de Rothschild, known to us as Brigitte Macron, and still obeying the orders of this person are the Chancellor of Germany, Merz, the fake President Macron of France, and of course the blackmailed pedophile Keir Starmer. Here in Canada, of course, they still have a lot of their flunkies in power, and One of the reasons I'm back is to make sure that Canada once again becomes an independent country and one that has control of its central bank. Now, this is very important for Canadians, especially. From 1938 until 1972, the Bank of Canada worked for the people of Canada. The head of the Bank of Canada used to live across the street from me, and he'd go to work in a Volkswagen. He was just an ordinary public servant working for the people. He wasn't some kind of secret satanic club member, going off to pedophile islands. But what happened was, and when Canada owned their own central bank, they were able to pay for all of World War II. And Canada batted way above their weight in terms of production of ships and planes and everything else. They were also able to build the canals that joined the Great Lakes to the Atlantic Ocean. They built the Trans-Canada Highway. They paid for everybody's education and health care, all without taxes or debt. This ended in 1972 when Pierre Trudeau was blackmailed, David Rockefeller, and since then control of Canadian monetary policy has been in the hands of a satanic elite. And another thing I'd like to say, one reason I decided not to go into politics in Canada is because I thought Canada was pretty well run. When I left, when I was 19 back in the early 80s, the Canadian situation was very good. Everyone was middle class, everyone had health care. It seemed like there was no real reason to go into politics in Canada. Everything seemed to be working okay, but boy was I wrong. I've now come back to a Canada that literally got taken by actual Nazis, okay? Chrystia Freeland is and was a Nazi. This is not some kind of debatable thing. This is factual. And these people have been carrying out Nazi-style eugenics in Canada. And this is deliberate Nazi eugenics. And this whole business of euthanasia. Oh, you're feeling depressed? All right. There's a battle to clear out the Nazi control of the political system, and I will be contacting the Canadian military and the intelligence establishment. I'll provide them with evidence that the civilian political establishment has been taken over by... I'm here basically to, liberate Canada from the Nazis, as well as negotiate as well as I can, or advise the West in its upcoming talks with China. Now, I did have a talk with a senior Chinese representative in the past few days, and they seem to think that they're going to have to bankrupt the United States once. And there's a good reason for that. As Robert F. Kennedy Jr. points out, when his father was president, 3% of Americans were obese. Now it's 70%. The system is so dysfunctional on so many levels that even though we have people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. going in there and removing all the toxic chemicals from our food and, bringing medical science back into the actual world of science and into the world of healing, it's just too little too late. It's gone way too far. And we still haven't seen any of the prosecutions of the visitors to Epstein Island. We still haven't dealt with the people who've been murdering 800,000 children a year for TV. We still have a fight ahead of us, but the reason I'm back here is to make sure that we actually fight, and it's not just, talking on screens. So I will be contacting real military and demanding real military action who have infiltrated the Canadian government. Now, the other thing I need to point out is that Canada is not going to become the 51st U.S. state. It's not Canada that's bankrupt. It's the United States of America Corporation that's bankrupt. Okay? It was being badly run, and the result of 40 years of mismanagement is that the Americans are much worse off. The average American is much worse off than they were in 1972. The gap between the rich and the poor is the worst it's ever been, etc. Everyone knows it's a mess, but the point is, it can't be set up or fixed under the current situation. we really need to have an actual bankruptcy and then the replacement with something new. I have proposed a government of the United States of North America with a new capital to be built in either Idaho or Manitoba, which is the geographical center, and start again. I don't see any other way. And this would be, so it wouldn't be Canada becoming the 11th or the 51st state. What will happen is the United States will become the 11th to the 60th Canadian provinces. This is going to be a Canadian-led thing, or more importantly, a Five Eyes-led thing, and it's not going to be something that will be controlled by Donald Trump or the people around him. He's too polarizing a figure. He's doing a great job of destroying the old system, and he did a good thing in forcing the Chinese to come to a deal. But there's certain things that have to be done collectively and not just as a one-man show, and we're going to head for some kind of collective agreement on how to reform the West. This is going to be complicated, but it has to be done, because otherwise the Chinese are going to outcompete us, outgrow us, and it'll be just a matter of time before we're all working for the Chinese. In any case, I'm expecting some kind of actual bankruptcy declaration of the United States corporation, and then the debts will be written off and a new system will be set up. This is what we're going to be working on. Don't expect anything overnight, because this is, very complicated stuff that will affect many generations in the future, so it has to be negotiated carefully. And this process will begin. We'll keep it in the open and in public, and we do notice there are big negotiations taking place right now in Turkey. We have, I believe, Putin, Zelensky, and Trump all meeting in secret. My understanding is that at the end of the day, Russia will be in charge of security for Western Europe, excluding the UK, and the United States or the United States of North America will be, setting up a new entity in the Americas. So things are moving ahead, and of course, the United States, or the rogue criminal state of Israel, is going to be replaced by the state of Judea, which will include all native-born New Judeans as well as the immigrants, and that's what's going to be negotiated. So anyway, I'm back in Canada. I'm come in from the cold, and I'm going to be fighting to make sure that the Anglo-Saxon people get justice for all the satanic horrors they've been put through. And this process is well underway, and it will accelerate. And I'll be, operating obviously in a different time zone. It's now 10 a.m. Friday morning here in Canada, so it's not going to be 3 in the afternoon Japan time like I used to, record. So everything's going to change, but rest assured that the good guys are winning, and I'm going to be participating in fighting to make sure that victory is complete. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. What is your and the Future Planning Agency's stance on AI and robotics?
I think AI and robotics can be a very, very helpful tool, but we have to remember that if we rely too much on it, our brains will atrophy. Okay, we get lazy. It's just like if you put a cast on your leg, even if it's not broken, after a while you won't be able to walk because you haven't been using the muscles. And I think we need to use AI as an assistant, but we got to make sure it doesn't replace our own independent thinking, because at the end of the day, this big flaw of AI is that it's not actually reality connected. It's connected to virtual reality. We are connected to the real reality, and that shall always take precedence. So in other words, as long as robotics and AI serves actual physical people and living things, it will be good, and if it acts to the detriment of them, it will be eliminated. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Canada seems to be the prize for the globalists. Carney draped himself in false nationalism and barely held on as PM, thanks to Donald Trump's interference. Trump, the Kushners, and Carney's offshore money laundering Brookfield asset management are all in the bed together. Pierre Poilievre looks like he took a dive right on cue. The Canadian federal government seems to be acting like the Sheriff of Nottingham by grabbing tariffs against Canadian citizens and effectively adding taxes on already taxed personal property when Canadian travelers are returning home at Canada/US border points. Liberals are gaining more parliamentary seats due to one-sided vote recounts and documented proof of election fraud. Can Canada be freed from the globalist war pig state? Are you going to be able to succeed doing what you're trying to do?
Well, that's you brought up a lot of interesting stuff, but that's one of the reasons why I came back to Canada is to clean this place up. And the first thing that the military need to understand is that their government has been taken over by Freemasons who are not necessarily working in the interests of the Canadian people. So yes, for sure, we're going to make sure the military police follow the law, and we're going to, remove the criminals who've hijacked the system here. Canada is not going to be a globalist slave state for much longer. But, we all have to win this fight together. And yes, it's obvious that the election that put Mark Carney in power was fake. And in the future, we'll try to get to the bottom of this, but for now, we need to work with the military and the intelligence community at the highest level before deciding what steps to take next. But that is what is happening. The military are aware that the civilian governments have been taken over by Satan-worshipping pedophiles and will be taking action, but it has to be done carefully, surgically, and with the proper planning. But it will happen. Canada will be freed. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Wanted to ask, if we got rid of the central banks, do you think the cryptocurrency XRP would be the best system we would go with?
My problem with all cryptocurrencies is that they have an agency backdoor. Okay, they're not really free trading mechanisms that people think. The microchips that are behind our entire internet system have, as a part of their fundamental architecture, a backdoor. So, for me, the entire crypto thing is a kind of a pump and dump scam, and I would stay away. It's unfortunate, but that is the reality. The real cryptocurrency right now is cash, silver, gold, anything that really exists, and it's not just numbers on computers, because that is really hidden. If I have a gold bar in a drawer somewhere in my house, the internet's not going to know about it. Neither are the agencies. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Wouldn't the annexation of Canada/Greenland just bring about the North American Union?
I think the point about the North American Union is that we have a shared geography, a shared history, and basically a shared sort of demographics. But the important thing is that the United States has been run by a rogue Zionist group of fanatics, and we don't want those people in charge of North America. We want North America to be run by North Americans and not worshippers of some kind of end times religion. And that's the real problem, and that's what we'll be solving. And then, if anything, it'll be a Canadian takeover of the United States, not vice versa. And that means making sure that Canadian values are enforced. And that means we don't go around invading other countries, killing their people, and stealing their stuff like the Americans have been doing. It means friendly neighborhood negotiations for everyone's mutual benefit. And that include, friendly relations with Russia. Hopefully soon there'll be a land bridge linking Alaska and Russia to allow for increased trade with the Eurasian continent. That's the sort of thing we're working towards. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. To what extent is the USA behind India-Pakistan battling, or should I say the Jew-run USA? What are your thoughts on this?
I think that the if you look at what happened with India and Pakistan, it's a pretty good bet that this was Mossad or Chabad blowing up a bunch of Hindus and then setting up a big propaganda campaign to blame that on Pakistan and try to start World War III. It's always back to the same people who want to they're fanatics. They think that it's their God-given duty to set up a war that kill they may enslave the rest, and these people cannot be negotiated with. They have to be removed from all levers of power. But another group that is behind this mayhem is the Black Sun organization, and their view is that they'll keep causing trouble until some kind of world federation is announced. Okay, these are the P3 Roman types in Italy who are saying this, not me. But no matter what all the world's military understand is that no matter what provocations are going to be staged, we're not going to be fooled into starting. What will happen is that the people who've been trying to enslave us will face justice. Okay, well, that's it for me this week, and I hope to see you next week in Canada now.
Beautiful. All right. Yeah, you've returned to the homeland. The hero's journey is nearing its completion. You got your samurai skills in Japan. Now you're coming back to take charge. I want to ask you this because I know I am on BitChute. I got several flags on my YouTube channel. I took the whole Highway Diary archive. I put it on. You gave me a bunch of flags, Ben. What the hell? So then I put everything on BitChute, everything that's video, that's not just for my comedy stuff. And a lot of times people will take our interview, for example, or your content, and then put as the subject line or the title of the content, who is John Galt? Like, it seems like you're being trolled by a fan or an intelligence source. They're stealing your content. They're putting John Galt on it. Do you know this character? Do you know what's going on?
Well, you made me look it up. It's like something from Ayn Rand or something. Ayn Rand. I don't know how to pronounce that. Some character, or it's like who cares about this type of thing? But that's it's interesting that it comes from that book because that's something that the Rockefellers were really into. That whole that Atlas Shrugged business.
I read that book, but John D. Galt, I thought it was D. Galt, but maybe it was forever ago maybe 15 years ago I read that book. Okay, I thought it was something. It's always around this Timothy Holmeswelf stuff. A lot of times, Timothy Holmeswelf, who I think is some kind of insider whistleblower working with Jesse Shebazar to kind of uncover things. I thought it was associated with that clan. I'm not sure.
No idea.
Okay. Well, hey, please don't rip this content. I want views on my channel. So, and stop stealing Ben's content and putting John Galt on it. It's kind of rude, whoever's doing that,
I have, I'll let you know, I have a severe problem with pirates of all sorts, and we ask places like Telegram to take them down, and they won't. And it's not just about viewership; it's about the fact that they impersonate me and sell fraudulent cryptocurrencies and other things by pretending to be me, stuff like that. And unfortunately, they're not doing anything about it. At certain point, some sort of action will be taken, but it's gone beyond lawyers at this point, and it has to do with the people who own the tech companies.
Speaking of the tech companies, San Francisco has a problem. Let me give you an analogy. They have a human poop app. Okay, so it geolocates the poop on the streets of San Francisco because there's such a homeless problem. Now, these young kids would rather geolocate every piece of fecal matter than get a broom and shovel to fix it. Do you see? So they're so obsessed with their screens, they can't get analog.
Well, the thing is, though, this is something that's happening with AI and it's happening with other things digital, which is that no matter how hard you try to avoid it, there's this thing known as reality, and you cannot escape it. So, for example, the AIs are now breaking down because they cannot fact check in the real world, and they become like an echo chamber, quoting people who are quoting them, and they're getting increasingly out of touch with reality. And this is something that they cannot get around. People
Mm.
forget that if you can't see it with your own eyes, if it's on a screen, it could be fake. You can't eat it. It's not part of the real world.
Speaking of something on my screen, I was at benjaminfulford.net the other day, and you wrote this May 13th, 2024. However, many of us will want to become virtually immortal superhumans. My own wish is to someday be able to convert my body into something like a dolphin so that I can explore the ocean. When I am finished exploring, I can revert to human form. This is literally technically possible now. Do you have evidence for that? You could spend the
Okay, all
summer
right.
as a dolphin?
All right. Look, you have to look up something called CRISPR technology. Uh, and it's something that allows very pinpoint editing of genes. And a very good example is that's now got a lot of wide publicity is that they recreated the dire wolf for the first time in 10,000 years. They took genes from fossilized dire wolves and they, inserted them in modern day wolves to create a dire wolf. And so it's still, I mean, obviously, to get to the point where I can turn into a dolphin and then back, it's still, while it's technically feasible, theoretically, we have the technology to do that. It's still not happening yet. But what's happening, though, is that they are holding this technology back. For example, I have some rich friends in California who were offered a chance by their doctor to, choose the color of their eyes of their children and, other attributes. And then they were stopped, saying, no, you're only allowed to make us back to normal. They're not allowed to make us better than normal. This is what is holding us back. And so while computers are doubling in power every 2 years, humans are not allowed to do the same, but we now have that technical ability. And we need to discuss, in a public way, what we should do about this. How do we go ahead? It's just should not be decided in secret by self-appointed, um, mostly, I guess, uh, Jesuit types. I'm not sure, who it is, but I mean, if you follow the forensic trail, it does eventually lead via such places as the Rockefeller controlled medical associations to the Vatican and to the Octagon Group in Switzerland. This is where I'm a journalist. I deal with primary sources, real world stuff. I don't get my stuff secondhand or else I'm out of business. And the forensic trail always leads there. And these people are preventing us as a species from reaching our full potential, which is mind blowing at this point.
It seems like the CRISPR technology, you're saying that it's capped as in vitro, like they might do some sort of in vitro things, but like Prince
No, no,
Harry's, sorry,
they can, they did it with, they've already done it with rats, for example.
and I have it on information from esoteric sources that the Harry's book Spare is more about him being spare parts, or there's clones of him from eggs taken from his mother type of thing. And so they're so obsessed with the bloodline of the royals. It's the whole religion of Freemasonry. It's the 13 bloodlines from, Jesus Christ or whoever, to keep the bloodlines intact because they have the divine right to rule. And so I think, and then this sort of goes into like Nazi territory where they were having like birthing centers. And I think like the CRISPR technology is the eugenics arm of this, like going forward. But you're saying that it's that ethicists, scientific philosophy ethicists, are blocking this from moving forward.
Well, I think we're also dealing with a group that we know of as the Nazis, or you can call them whatever, but uh, they have the idea of creating a race of superhumans. who would be like the equivalent of gods to the rest of us. But they want to keep that to themselves. They don't want everybody to have this. The Nazis were really into Tibet and the Dalai Lama, and they called it Shangri-La. But people forget that it was one of the worst slave societies in history, and it was only Shangri-La for the elite. Everybody else was at the same level as the domestic cattle and other animal with no hope of advancement whatsoever. Uh, and this is, again, I think Henry Kissinger said it, in the future, it'll be as impossible for the average person to fight against us as it is for a sheep to fight against a farmer. And this is a group that we've been dealing with. They don't want what they call the inferior humans to get uh, the ability to improve themselves. So they're trying to keep us in a state of permanent enslavement.
Yeah, like a caste system from A Brave New World where people are bred into their slave jobs. The problem is it's boring as an oligarch if you don't have slaves to bully around because narcissists need a narcissistic supply of, anyway. But I just warn you that if you are a dolphin for a summer, that, sometimes male dolphins will try to put their pee-pee in your blowhole. It might not be the most relaxing, thing. So, dolphins play rough sometimes out in the wild. Just warning you if you ever are a dolphin for a summer, Ben.
This is still not quite there yet, but uh, I think that if there was, super heavy investment in this technology, that it could be possible within 10 years.
There's also that quote that if a lion could speak English, you wouldn't even understand him because his frame of references are so. I think, we don't even have the technology for a man to be a woman and then hold a baby. They can't even put a womb in a man, so I don't see it being, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
I've
not
heard
on
that,
the,
that's now actually technically possible. But
it
you
hasn't
know,
happened yet. There's some freaks on Twitter explaining that they want to be the pilot program on this just to get an abortion. This crazy person said that he wants to be the first woman to have a baby to get an abortion. It's the end of the rainbow if the libtards are eating themselves. You keep saying the good guys are winning, and we both have recognized at the beginning of this program that young people need to break free of their screens. So I see the trades as still a good path forward for young people. We'll always need plumbers and electricians, and we're running out of these people. But the problem is this ruthless nepotism. Like the best architect, Richard Gage, who I'm friends with now of AIA 9/11 Truth, the best architect, he gets shunned by the establishment. The best lawyer, Reiner Fulmick, is shunned by the establishment. So there's like a limit to how much. I know that being a doctor and lawyer and architect are different than being a plumber. But my point is also, Dr. Andy Wakefield, I'm going to talk to him next week, one of the best doctors ever. He gets destroyed by the establishment. So, and these doctors and lawyers and architects are at the top of the trades, and then the trades all trickle down from them. So we're just in this doom loop of nepotism. I might be the best screenwriter in the world, might be. But all the film festivals have, celebrities congratulating each other on their vanity projects. And so I just see this really ruthless nepotism. I didn't sign up to be a lower class. I actually got higher education. But why should young people seek trades if the geopolitical situation is hopeless? I need some hopium, Ben. Well, are the good
well,
guys winning?
okay.
What's going on?
Look, the first thing is, I right now I think that Western uh, university education, especially a BA in like the arts, which is sort of like what I have, is probably the most useless thing you could do. I've come to the conclusion that the more higher level education you get, the more brainwashed you become. And I do now believe that having a physical trade, something that you can live off in the real world, be a fisherman or a farmer or something that has to do with that, will make sure that you'll always be able to survive. Whereas I think we're going to see, right now, the United States has reached the point where the most popular career choice for young people is to become a YouTuber. And that's I think we're going to see a lot of former YouTubers, working washing dishes as things progress, because it's not based on a physical reality. It's just talking heads talking to each other, and that they can only do that if someone else is producing the food, and that's not happening anymore.
Yeah, my friend Chris Knowles said that back in like the 60s and 70s, he would go to these concerts and there was just a lot of like nasty people. And then they had like the draft and they had like all this degeneracy and all these sort of ruffians who needed structure. So they drafted them. It's like, let's take care of this problem with this problem. Hey. And so, cannon fodder. Um,
Well, here's the thing. I spent a lot of time in my youth traveling around Canada. I saw a lot of First Nations communities, and the ones that practiced their traditional lifestyle, like hunting or fishing or whatever it was, um, were very healthy, well adapted, happy communities. But there were some where basically the source of income was government money, and they didn't have to do anything all day. And when you saw communities like that, you saw alcoholism, incest, uh, complete collapse of the social order. And the same thing is happening to the United States as a whole because they're getting all this free money from the rest of the world, and they don't have to do anything for it. And it's resulted in, uh, you know, complete degeneration of society. I mean, I'm not in a position to talk. I'm no skinny Jimmy myself, but at the time of President Kennedy, at least according to RFK Jr., only 3% of Americans were fat or overweight. Now it's 74%. There's something, fundamentally wrong, and it shows, a kind of a bread and circus mentality that has taken over the United States and much of the West. And we're going to have to, do some cold turkey to get out of that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about RFK Jr. He's saying that the next pandemic is anti-Semitism, and I'm like, ugh, we lost another soldier. You know what I mean?
We're dealing with very, very sophisticated uh, disinformation and propaganda now, and it's very hard for us to wrap our heads around it. But, I keep telling people that there are several Donald Trumps, and they look different, and they say things that are opposite of each other, and yet most people still say, "Oh my God, Donald Trump just said we got to attack Russia," and I think, well, wait a minute. Didn't he just say, I look forward to meeting Putin and everything's great with Russia? And there's so many examples like this. So I don't know if RFK Jr. is suffering from Stockholm syndrome and that he's somehow, i.e. the
Or he's trying
Kazarian.
to take, maybe he's
Yeah,
trying to take poison out of the food without getting shot in the head. That could be,
yeah,
he
I
could be
guess
playing the
he's
game.
taking insurance. He says, all right, you'll let me make people healthy as long as I don't talk about the Jews. Okay, I got that, and he's willing to compromise. It's possible, but the fact is that the Chabad Lubavitch cult they're literally trying to kill you and your family, and we have to do something about it. And we are doing something about it. This is not, something that you're reading about the internet. They actually
Watch my, dad and uncle's head explode by the CIA. I'd probably be wearing a yarmulke and tap dancing at a bar mitzvah. But May 9th, 2012, you wrote this. The problem is that the new governments will find their purses empty unless they start talking to the White Dragon Society. When the new financial system starts up and the criminals are removed from the core of the Western financial system, the money will pour like rain in Europe. So that was May 2012. April 2025, you wrote this. It's now expected funds to finance a Jubilee and a future planning agency aimed to start a new golden age will be signed off by the new Pope and the Dragon family as early as late May. Well, by my, I already paid my rent early. It's late May now. Any update on this situation?
Well, the situation has been very complicated, and I thank you for pointing this out. But what's happened is always the Khazarian mafia or the people who control the United States, they've always found some way to keep their situation going. So the first time they got cut off was in 2008 with the Lehman crisis. Okay, that's what it really was about. And the people who control the United States corporation said, "Look, we'll give you a black communist president, and everything's going to be good." And so they gave him $23 trillion. I've documented exactly how this works many times. It's very provable. And so they kicked the can down the road. But when they realized that, Obama was just a house servant with no real power, and the money expired under the first Trump, what happened next? Well, the next thing they did was they came on, by my own estimates, they were able to earn about, or long, the funds from Asia are available, but they're not being taken because it would mean a loss of control by this Chabad cult. So, I have, and let's stop and think about the real world and reality for a minute. You've probably seen those charts showing that almost all countries now have China as their number one trading partner. One example is they produce 200 times more ships than the United States. The United States just lost three aircraft carriers by my reckoning, and they can't replace them. They don't have shipyards. Um, so this is the reality. And even though the West is still like stuck, they're like, in Hitler's Germany saying, "Oh, don't worry, new super weapons are going to save us. Everything's going to be okay." They're stuck in this little uh, Overton window of stuff they're allowed to talk about, and they're like a broken record going around and round again and the same things. But the rest of the world is moving on. They don't pay attention to this stuff, so it's like they're stuck in this, fake world, and the walls are closing in on them. That's my reading of the situation. But yeah, I was given concrete offers by Asian families that control large amounts of gold. And these are the people who did finance, a lot of the post-war stuff with their gold, who are offering it again. But unfortunately, the people in control are still unwilling to accept this. Although I keep hoping that we're almost there. But yeah, I mean, uh, there are people, by the way, who for like 30 or 40 years saying, Nisara Gesara is about to happen. Your check is in the mail. It'll be coming through next week. Literally for 40 years they've been saying this, and it hasn't happened. So I should take a lesson from these people and stop trying to say that, put a date on it. And in fact, I recently, I've been thinking about this, and I realized that actually we shouldn't be waiting for anybody to write us a check. We should be going in there and grabbing it for ourselves. So if you ever see these movies where, someone breaks the throne, he doesn't ask the finance minister or the former king to give him a big check. He just grabs power. And I think that's what we're going to have to do, because there's no way on earth these people are ever going to hand over their magic money printing machine. And so it's going to take kinetic action, and that has been happening, and it will continue.
Well, yeah, and I see in the film business, just in big pharma and big media, that it's the only big films, like they're making another Top Gun movie to do war propaganda. There's no apparatus for a thing that's not vicious nepotism. And so I think that's why, mainstream media shot itself in the foot. They've destroyed themselves from lies and nepotism. There's no system of new ideas to get in. That's why they're an ancient chimera in an archaic loop, as you were referencing this doom loop. But I am worried because, I'm friends with Craig Passage-Ardula, who made this book, Lahaina on Fire. So I think the U.S. government is going in the directed energy weapons thing. They're like, we don't care about, steel, aircraft carriers anymore when we just have laser weapons from the sky. So, they're just like the Silicon Valley brats who make GPS locate of poop only with lasers. They're just. And then I pushed you this button, and they are dead. Goodbye for now. They're just lazy. It's just like a cat with a yarn ball on with a globe in front of them, just shooting lasers.
Well, they do have some satellites and planes that can shoot lasers and stuff, and they do have weather warfare. But the thing is that it's not a one-way street. They're not the only people who have this. For example, the reason that they haven't made further attacks with tsunamis and earthquakes in Japan or East Asia is because they've been threatened with the same on the U.S. East Coast. And so it's like a Mexican standoff. It's like same with nuclear weapons. Uh, you nuke us, we'll nuke you. So we have to do something else. And we're still there at that level, even with weather warfare. That's not going to be a game changer for them.
So you're saying we're still in the mutual assured destruction thing, but now we have to play good in the sandbox, and now there's just like a passive aggressive power dynamic.
Yeah, but you see, what's happening is, as far as the Asians are concerned, the more time passes, the stronger they become because their economy is now way bigger by any standard. Like they produce 11 times more steel, whatever. I mean, all these fake numbers about how the U.S. is the world's number one economy are just uh, fiction and wishful thinking. So, the more we wait and let the financial system be controlled by these messianic criminals, the more we're going to be stuck as like a backward, isolated group from the rest of the world, which is what's actually now being happening to us in the West.
So May 8th, 2025, you said this. You went to Rome to help select the new pope and negotiate a deal you've been talking about for the last 15 years, this Jubilee scenario. Do you have pictures from these meetings? You went to
I'm sorry,
Rome?
I did not go to Rome, and I never said I went to Rome. Okay, so I don't know where you got that. What I did say, which did happen, I was invited to Rome to help select the new pope by the P3 Freemason.
Oh, you were invited, but you didn't
Yes,
go.
but I decided not to. Last time I went, they tried to poison me, and I thought about it. They even offered to pay my airfare, but I just, I think that I don't trust these people, so I didn't go.
Hmm.
And I think it was wise at this point, in retrospect, seeing as they picked what Leo the 14th, and the first thing he did was meet the self-proclaimed Satanist and Nazi Vladimir Zelensky. I mean, what does that tell you?
Hmm. Um, so I went to Rome in September 2024 with my dad, and they showed off this big golden door inside St. Peter's Basilica, the Jubilee door, which opens every 25 years. And then I read that it was opened Christmas Eve 2024. Pope Francis opened it, and he announced a Jubilee of Hope BM, and like hope in one hand and shit in the other, and see what fills up first. What they have this big Jubilee door, and it's just a toothless dog. Um, what do you make of this?
Well, in a way, what we're watching is kind of a crisis of monotheism. And the fundamental problem with monotheism is that they believe the world's going to end. And so, what's the point of doing anything to make the world better if it's all going to end? Whereas the rest of the world thinks, okay, this planet is going to continue for the foreseeable future. Let's figure out how to make it better and more livable. And one thing that is possible and should be done is an actual jubilee because so many distortions have built up over so much time that there's no way you can fix it under the current paradigm. I mean, what is it? All these statistics about 1% of the people got all the increase in wealth since 1972, and that 99% have actually seen their living standards fall. I mean, there's so many statistics to show that the current economic system, especially in the West, has been impoverishing the vast majority at the expense of a super tiny elite who are, building super yachts and otherwise wasting stuff that should actually belong to us.
Yeah, and the Marshall Plan financial instruments were all to bolster this. I did a lot of walking tours around Rome with my dad, and they had this kind of schizophrenic thing of like we used to be pagan, but then we tried to be a nice boy with the Christianity and sort of export this. They became like the spiritual hub, not the financial, not the military hub, but the spiritual hub. But I did notice like a schizophrenia of pushing down the paganism and pumping up the Christianity, but it seems like all the paganism is just in these systems of secret societies beneath the surface, under the ground, and what they project is not what they're really about.
Well, I actually went and met the people who control Christianity. I mean, I went to Italy. I met all sorts of, high-powered people, and they told me things like, they created Jesus Christ as a fictional story to control the slaves. I'm not saying I believe this. I'm saying that's what they told me. Okay, uh, and that Christianity was a religion for the slaves, and that they themselves were Zoroastrians and believed in an eternal battle between good and evil. But yeah, I mean, the people who were running the Roman Catholic Church were themselves not Christians. I know that from firsthand views.
So
That did not
is
make
that
that.
why the state sets to crucify and sacrifice Reiner Fullmich, Richard Gage, and Dr. Andrew Wakefield at the altar of them having integrity and rising to the top just to be crucified by the state? Is that why we have this system?
Well, what you have there is you have a group of elites who are extremely scared because um, the overwhelming evidence is that they've been murdering. If the people find out about this, they're going to be strung up from lampposts. And, George Bush Jr. said that once, if the people found out what we did to them, they'd chase us down and hang us from the nearest lamppost. So they're very, very scared and they're upping the repression. But they can only go so far. The fact will take action. The problem is the elite who is responsible for this consists of about a million people, and they're very highly concentrated at the top levels of power, which is why it's been taking so long. But it will happen. They still have a chance for truth and reconciliation because our goal is to turn this planet into a paradise, not to just go on an endless cycle of revenge. But it's got to the point where the majority of people understand about Epstein Island and understand about these elites, and they really are running out of time. I don't think this time they have anywhere to run to, so they're very scared, and that's why they are trying to, repress it. I always go back to the fall of Ceausescu in Romania. He kept upping the repression, upping the repression, upping the repression until he and his family ended up in front of his firing squad. And that's what these people are doing now. Um, if you put someone in jail for criticizing genocide in Gaza, that's not going to work. You're not going to stop yourself from getting justice by doing that.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before, but I'm real on the Richard Gage is making a documentary series, Crime Scene to Courtroom, about 9/11 truth and in the Southern District, and they had Ghislaine Maxwell in there for 9 months talking about hand jobs from 1994 to 2004. That was the scope of their investigation, and now Diddy's going to be there for the next decade talking about baby oil because it's titillating and it's a nothing burger. Yeah, he was a drug addict and a freak. Okay, this trial could be like 3 days long. Okay, like
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing about things like 911 or the Kennedy assassination is they try to keep you around the scene of the old crime scene and investigating that to distract you from what they're doing right now. And my view is that you have to go after them in the here and now. Never mind the stuff they did in the past. Let's get them for what they're doing now. And then we're talking about uh, mass murder of children in Ukraine that's happening right now, not 20 years ago. And we have actual names of people who are doing it, and these are the targets. So we need to stop them now and not look back forever at the stuff they did in the past. That's the way we got to stop them.
yeah. Yeah, and you had on your blog of people kidnapping fathers, and sending them to the front of the line to fight Russia.
Well,
Jasinski.
I mean, I've shown very clearly there's different evidence to prove this that the so-called Wagner mercenary company and Zelensky were on the same side. So they said it was a Russian mercenary company called Wagner, but the Russians said, no, this is not us. And what would happen is they'd grab people off the street in the Ukraine, they'd send them to a certain area and then they would tell Wagner where they were, and Wagner would kill them with artillery, and they would die within 3 or 4 hours of reaching.
Ole Demigard, this reminds me of Vietnam, that the Ho Chi Minh Trail of the people, the supply lines that they were bombing were just they displaced all people from North Vietnam to South Vietnam, 1 million people, and as they were walking back up, they go, "Oh, this is their supply route." They were just walking home. So then they put on the teletube, "Oh, this is they're feeding the supplies of the soldier." They're going home. So they would napalm them. They create this system, and then they're just it's kind of like they set up a series of salmon and then be the grizzly bear that rips their heads off.
Yeah, no,
Ugh,
the
sick.
West has been under control of a very evil cult for a very long time, and it's been a very tough battle to remove their control, but we're almost there. I know it's been a long struggle, but um, the fact is that more and more people, a critical mass now is aware of what's going on. It's not like the past where it was relegated to a few fringe people in mainstream. So we're almost there. I know I keep saying this, but events really are changing in so many ways that are so obvious to everybody. I mean, everybody's heard about Epstein Island, and most people have now heard about adrenochrome, and people are waking up, and there's no way they're going to be put back to sleep this time.
I'm
This
ready
is
for.
especially true at the highest levels of military intelligence, who can then direct the military. The military are very cautious. They like to follow the rule of law, but they're on the case. And I guarantee you, they're not going to obey some wacko telling them to start a war with Iran. They're going to go after the people who are trying to start World War III, not actually start World War III.
I have this final question. I want to tie your April 28th, 2025 post where you said that it's now expected funds to finance a jubilee and future planning agency aimed at starting a new global age will be signed off by the new pope at early late May. Trump was saying things very similar to this. Trump said Thursday, May 8th, 9th, or then it turned out May 12th, Monday, May 12th. He's going to make a very big announcement, huge. It's not going to get any huger. So I was like, oh, maybe this is the Jubilee that Ben was talking about. And then he said on May 12th, 2025, he announced a preliminary trade agreement with China. Oh, good. That so you have a trade agreement. So
Oh,
what is there more under the sea, under the hood there that you can tell me about?
yeah. I mean, this is very, very big stuff, and so it takes time. Like if you were alive at the time of the fall of the Soviet Union, it was sort of like happened in super slow motion when you're there. But if you look back, it's like, oh, the fall of the Berlin Wall and all that just took place in like a blink. And it's a similar process that when we look back, it'll be like it was really quick, but it's when we're in the middle of it, it seems very slow. But um, I'll give you one example. We had a so-called King Charles just appear this week at the Canadian Parliament to say that Canada, the Algonquin people never ceded the land of Canada. Uh, and what he's done is created a legal precedent for uh, replacing United States and Canada with a new entity. This is something you can see, and this is part of a process to restructure how the world is managed, and it's a visible sign. But as far as the the Jubilee and all that kind of stuff is concerned, it's not going to be a sudden announcement. There's going to be it's going to be in the headlines every day until people are bored sick of it for like 6 months, as all the different Sherpas and negotiators work out the details. But at the highest level, I'm talking about Asian royals, European royals, the people who run the highest levels of the U.S. military-industrial complex. An agreement has been reached, and now it's just a question of working out the details in consultation with the global public, and that will be happening, and it is happening, and it will continue to happen in ways that nobody can deny. But it's time for action, not talk. And there's a lot of things I cannot and will not talk about because in the past, every time I've done that, someone comes in and tries to derail it. So this time, there's a lot of stuff I cannot talk about, but I'll tell you this much. All the real work is being done analog and will never be, seen by anything digital because at the end of the day, we are dealing with a rogue artificial intelligence.
That's all I have. Do you have anything
All
else
right.
to say at the end? Any questions you wish
Well,
I
just
asked you?
a plug. BenjaminFulford.net, my site. I get the latest from the real world intelligence agencies, and if you subscribe there, you can help support our work because a lot of us who are white hats have been cut off from financing by the people who still control the central bank. So, uh, if you subscribe to my blog, you'll be supporting several intelligence agencies, white hats, who provide me with information that I then provide to you. So that's my last thing.
BenFulford.net. Hey, now that you're in the East Coast, it's possible in the next couple of years we can have a beer together. That would be a joy of
Yeah,
mine.
especially if you make your way up to Canada. I mean, there's nothing like a beer in the middle of a lake in the middle of summer in Canada.
Let's go
Uh,
fishing.
yeah, I was
And
just
there's a comedy club in Ottawa that I got my eyes on. That I was like, hey, maybe Ben and I could do a little thing there one of these days.
all
Hey,
right.
nice to talk to you again. Take care,
All
buddy.
right, thanks for having me on. Bye.
Okay.
Oh, send me the link. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay,
Yeah.
take care.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Judy note: the EBS global activation was expected within the next 48 hours via President Trump and JFK Jr. joint address from Jerusalem, a biblical moment. 2 American patriots returning the Holy Land to sovereignty under God. It was rumored that President Trump, Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance, was headed to Israel, and they would take command of the Temple Mount, reclaiming it for God's true followers. Trump saw it as the end of the great fight and said, "Every move was ours from the start, scripted to expose the Zionist cabal's grip on humanity." In a Simpsons cartoon series, they predicted that on Wednesday, March 18, 2026, Trump would become King of Israel. A little creepy, don't you think? After all, Trump and the Q movement have always promoted that Israel would be last in this great war of good against evil. Believe it? Only time and release of the EBS military broadcasts will tell. We do know that at least since the Biden so-called inauguration, we have been watching a movie. Along with their scripted actors or clones, it's hard to tell anymore whether the scenario with Trump and the Holy Land was part of a play acting. We also know that Trump's military was winning the war with Iran, a country that for years has been building up their nuclear power while shouting death to America. And we actually have paid protesters here in America who were against Trump and what is he doing to save America and what he is doing to save America. Then there's that scenario just a few days ago when it was reported that Bill and Hillary Clinton were arrested. A Special Forces military unit was said to have raided the Clintons at their Chappaqua estate. They were arrested and taken to Gitmo. Bill Clinton underwent a military tribunal, was sentenced to hang for Epstein crimes. Hillary also went before a military court and was sentenced to death by hanging for treason. Child trafficking and crimes against humanity. Executions were scheduled to happen within 72 hours. Now, we know the original Hillary was taken on 9/11/2017, I think. So this must be a clone or something. It's part of the pantomime. Yet way back in September 2021, possible timing. Judy note: no one knows the date of the beginning of the days of darkness. where the new Starlink satellite system, which already has complete control of mainstream media satellites, will take over TV, radio, and internet programming for 10 to 12 days. We only know that it will be very soon and in line with MedVet activation. No one knows when those foreign currency and bondholders in Tier 4B will receive notification to make exchange and redemption appointments. We only know that it will be very soon and in line with MedVet activation, with a back date of the first week in April. On Sunday, May 17th, Trump has called for a National Day of Prayer, which will launch a 49-day season to Saturday, July 4th, when restoration of the constitutional republic will be celebrated and invoked by Sunday, July 5th, 2026. Global currency reset. Judy note, no one knows when those foreign currency and bondholders in Tier 4B will receive notification to make exchange and redemption appointments. We only know that it will be very soon and in line with MedVet activation, with a back date of the first week in April. Monday, March 16th, EBS activation. Everything is set to go. Each citizen will receive texts, emails to push notifications, a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status, and access to the Citizens Owned Sovereign Fund dashboard. We are just days away from the global financial reset we've all been preparing for. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Judy note, we've been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide, telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at an RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at an RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at an RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Monday, March 16th, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent reignites the gold standard debate. Gold can't have a budget deficit. Gold can't start a war. Monday, March 16th, just in. Trump demands emergency Fed action. Cut interest rates now. Even a third grader knows it. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one Commander-in-Chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, wars, and rumors of wars. Monday, March 16th, Dubai is burning, and the whole world just told Trump no. Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. This morning, an Iranian drone hit a fuel tank next to Dubai International Airport. Flights stopped, smoke over the skyline. The busiest airport in the Middle East shut down. Hours later, Fujairah oil port hit again. Saudi Arabia intercepted 37 drones in one day. Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar all under attack. The entire Gulf is on fire. Trump demanded 7 countries send warships to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Every single one said no. UK said no. NATO said no. Australia said no. Japan said no. China said Hormuz belongs to Iran. Trump's response? We will remember. But here's what nobody's asking. Why would every Western ally refuse to help the most powerful military on earth secure the world's most important oil route? Unless they know something. Unless they know this war isn't about oil. It isn't about Hormuz. It isn't about nuclear weapons. It's about what's underneath Isfahan. It's about the names in the Epstein files. It's about the $9.7 trillion that moved through the Federal Reserve with no audit. They're not refusing because they can't help. They're refusing because if Trump wins this, their system dies too. Every government that said no today has the same banks, the same donors, the same names in the same files. Falling crown doesn't stop at Tehran. Dubai is burning. The world said no, and Trump said he'll remember. He will share this. The real news for Tuesday, March 17, 2026. Monday, March 16th, breaking news, Trump hits Iran hard. Oil war explodes, young Americans divided. Economy under fire, March 16th, AMG News. Monday, March 16th, Trump demands Judge Boasberg be removed. Corrupt, crooked, out of control. He's got TDS. Impeach Boasberg. Trump detonates a deep state.
Cuba suffered a nationwide power outage yesterday after its entire electrical grid collapsed, leaving millions without electricity in the latest sign of a deepening energy crisis. Charlie, is it going to spread?
Well, this is all part of the distraction. We're going to get distractions from Cuba. We're going to get distractions from Taiwan. We're getting distractions from Israel. We're getting distractions from Iran. We've had distractions in Ukraine. We've had distractions in Venezuela. This will continue. It's all distractions as the old system is being collapsed. Whether you like it or not, it's being collapsed in plain sight. And I've said for many years now that the light is exposing the darkness. And we're now watching a movie, I call it a pantomime, to show what's really happening in the world. And I'll give you one example of what's happening in the world right now in America. Amy Coney Barrett has suddenly, along with John Roberts, have published they've filed their expenses for the year. And what this has done is exposed The bribes that they've been paid by the Soros Foundation, and they're not small, they're huge. But they haven't come in as bribes. They've come in as gifts, which, I'll be honest with you, made me laugh. Because when I was moving money around the world 30 years ago, we used to use the term gift because it avoided any questions. They're using the same playbook today as we were using 30 years ago so that people wouldn't think. But of course, the world's caught up. They know what a gift is. It's a bribe. It's a backhander.
Government fraud. Monday, March 16th, U.S. government Trump bans fraud task force. Monday, March 16th, $1 million grant from DHS to Minnesota public schools to prevent drug abuse was spent on Somali programs. Isn't that just wonderful? One of the fraudsters involved husband also stole $5 million from taxpayers in a separate scheme. The grant was spent on Somali Youth Soccer League. Money from the grant was funneled into an NGO, after-school programming, and youth engagement events. The district planned to allocate $120,000 to 6 local cultural specific organizations. Charlie Ward on Telegram. Monday, March 16th, the city of Los Angeles bought a Ramada Inn for $10.2 million to house homeless. Since then, they started sending money to an NGO to take over the project. Sounds like money laundering to me. It's now sat vacant for 4 years and $20 million has been spent, meant to house only 32 people. Yeah, where'd the rest of the money go? Kickbacks. No work being done. Money laundering. For years, neighbors say construction has been slow. Where are the workers? Where's the urgency? For almost 4 years, the property has sat unfinished. Why does it take so long and such a waste of money? There's nothing to even show for it. Trump signs Obama arrest order after the former president declared a former foreign enemy. JAG tribunals ignite, Washington, D.C. The storm is officially upon us. Monday, March 16th at 12 o'clock. GMT, TV, radio, internet rerouted for 10 days of darkness. Be prepared with food, cash, essentials. Judy note, you were advised to prepare for 10 days of communication darkness, including bank and ATM closures, while Trump's global military alliance made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping deep state elites across the world. The Illuminati deep state cabal crimes of money laundering, pedophilia, blackmail. Sunday, March 15th. Project Constitution just discovered a leaked phone call on the DOJ website that allegedly shows Erica Kirk managing girls for Jeffrey Epstein. The more you do, the more you get paid. He says it has been independently verified and is undeniably Erica Kirk's voice. Sunday, March 15th, Larry Silverstein had breakfast in the North Tower every single day except on 9/11. Coincidentally, that's the day the towers were brought down. All coincidentally, both his son and daughter were running late to work, and morning were not in the towers when they fell. Also, triple coincidentally, Silverstein collected billions from insurance he recently bought on the Twin Towers before they were attacked, the largest insurance settlement in history. Sunday, March 15th, Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano, who spoke out about child trafficking, stolen elections, and global elites, was summoned to the Vatican for excommunication and silenced. If the world knew what they hide, governments would collapse. Sunday, March 15th, Senator Ron Johnson on Face the Nation. It's official. Senate Democrats exposed for keeping DHS shut down amid terror threats. CBS reports highlight Senator Mark Warner and other Democrats maintaining the DHS shutdown despite growing security risks and chaotic TSA lines. Critics call for Republicans to bypass the Democrats and Chuck Schumer by eliminating the filibuster to reopen DHS and protect American safety. Sunday, March 15th, because of the global currency reset, to gold asset-backed currencies worldwide, banks not Basel III compliant were closing doors, sealed at midnight, assets frozen, executives vanishing into military custody. No statement, no explanation. Sunday, March 15th, Trump's global military alliance have breached underground vaults where trillions were hidden. Gold and securities seized from the corrupt Rothschild Rockefeller networks, which have stolen the people's monies since 1913. The gold was now under control of the new U.S. Treasury to back the global currency reset and be given back to the people from which it was stolen. Nothing's going on. That's because the mainstream media won't report it. In March 2026 alone, President Trump has declared the restoration of the new sovereign American Republic under common law, no more admiralty law or unfair debt, activated the gold asset-backed global currency reset and returned 209 countries of the world to the gold standard, thereby closing all banks not Basel III compliant. Declared worldwide activation of the Nassara and Jassara laws as the Great Debt Wipeout begins. Dissolved the privately owned by corrupt bankers, Fiat Currency Inc., Bank of London, and Vatican Bank. Transferred the once privately owned Federal Reserve to be under the sovereign government of America's new U.S. Treasury. In the process of changing the Internal Revenue Service into the External Revenue Service. No more income tax. The government will now function only on monies from tariffs and a 14% flat tax on new items bought only, with none on food, medicine, used homes, or cars, thereby returning taxpayer monies back under control of the people. Trump's global military alliance has arrested, tried in a military tribunal, and convicted former U.S. President Bill and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton of treason, child trafficking, and crimes against humanity, sentencing them both to hang. Avoided a nuclear World War III by obliterating Iran's military and nuclear capabilities that Obama and Biden made possible. Obama sent 3 payments to Iran totaling $1.3 billion. Biden cleared the way for the release of $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. Iran then continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Among the casualties of that Iran war was Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who was killed by an Iranian attack, or so they say. Netanyahu was said to house the Vatican's international ring in Israeli underground tunnels, while promoting continual war against Israelis through his Zionism movement. In loving memory, the 6 Air Force airmen killed in U.S. military plane crash during the Iran War identified as Major John A. Klinner, 33, Captain Ariana G. Savano, 31, Tech Sergeant Ashley B. Pruitt, 34, Captain Seth R. Koval, 38, Captain Curtis J. Angst, 30, Tech Sergeant Tyler H. Simmons, 28. Possible timing. Sunday, March 15, 2026, green light, 11:11. The time has arrived. Final alert. Signal window open. Execution phase. The storm is upon us today. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Monday, March 16th at 12 o'clock GMT, the final activation sequence according to sources within the Global Quantum Alliance. Also on Monday, March 16, 2026, the 10 Days of Darkness Protocol will officially activate according to classified military bulletins. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. EBS Project Odin 10 Days of Darkness final activation. Sunday, March 15th, the time has arrived. Final alert. Signal window open. Execution phase. The storm is upon us today. Green light 11:11. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Sunday, March 15th, 2026. Urgent. Project Odin plus CBS sequence. Final activation pings confirmed. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Starlink override locked. Mossad media dead. Blackout staging complete. Arrests now resignations in headlines. Watch closely. JFK Jr. symbolism dropped today for a reason. The storm is biblical. The Almighty has spoken. Where we go one, we go all, forever. Sunday, March 13th has triggered the global ignition phase. QFS nodes are stabilizing under gold-back parity, while Starlink begins aligning communication grids for full system override. The old world is running on borrowed seconds. Trump Tier 4B activated on Telegram. Classified military bulletins confirm that the 10 Days of Darkness protocol will officially activate on March 16th. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. The purpose is not suppression, it is revelation. For the first time in modern history, humanity will witness uncensored truth broadcasts, evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the fiat empire. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns. In Europe and the United States, central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS Command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. During the 10 days, expect silence, then light. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness. Names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. The event will be global and irreversible. When the blackout lifts, humanity will awaken to a system cleansed of manipulation, powered by truth, and guided by divine law. Wars and rumors of wars. Sunday, March 15th, NBC breaking. President Trump says he's hearing that Iran's supreme leader and that Iran desperately wants a ceasefire deal. I'm hearing he's not alive, and if he is, he should do something very smart for his country, and that's surrender. Iran wants to make a deal, and I don't want to make it because the terms aren't good enough yet, Trump told NBC. On the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to be sweeping the strait very strongly, and we believe we'll be joined by other countries who are somewhat impeded, and in some cases impeded from getting the oil. On Khomeini, I don't know if he's even alive. So far, nobody's been able to show him. The war with Iran. Obama sent 3 payments to Iran, totaling $1.3 billion. Biden cleared the way for the release of the $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. Iran then continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Sunday, March 15th, Secretary Chris Wright. For 47 years, Iran has threatened the Strait of Hormuz, has attacked its neighbors. Just imagine an Iran that's nuclear armed with a massive weapons arsenal to surround those nuclear weapons. Global currency reset. Saturday, March 14th, the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies worldwide is happening right now. Foreign currency and ZIM bondholders in Tier 4B should watch for emails from Wells Fargo that will tell you how to set up your foreign currency exchange ZIM bond redemption appointments. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. During the first week of April 2026, redemption centers will start processing live appointments in accordance with full JASARA protocol. The schedule is already being filled with authorized Tier 4B participants, according to sources within 2 U.S. Treasury branches. We've been all ready for this moment. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. What we think we know as of Monday, March 16th. Sunday, March 15th, Fox News. Former Georgia State Representative Karen Bennett, Democrat, the same radical who pushed hard for Black Lives Matter and defund the police, just pleaded guilty to federal charges for fraudulently stealing taxpayer money. Sunday, March 15th, Fox News. President Trump just went hard against Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum for being owned by the cartels. She should not have refused my help. I offered to get rid of the cartels. For some reason, she doesn't want to do that. The cartels are running Mexico. Sunday, March 15th. Boom. Rubio draws the line. U.S. cuts citizenship exit fee from $2,350 to $450. Visas are a privilege, not a right. Sunday, March 15th. Newsmax bombshell. Obama at the center. Sedition, lies, treason. Calls for arrest explode. After 2016 plot exposed, it's time to arrest Barack Obama. Sunday, March 15th, Operation Red File. Leaked docs expose Obama as foreign enemy. Trump signs military arrest order. JAG tribunals ignite in D.C. Sunday, March 15th, bombshell report, the Comey files. Traitor identified, code red.
It's Monday, the 16th of March, 2026, and it's March Madness. There is so much going on right now in the world. For those people who are awakened, you can see everything. It's happening in plain sight. We're seeing the complete collapse of the old system. And for those that are wide awake, you can see the birth of a new system. For those who are half awake, you can only see the collapse of the old system. But don't panic, because the more you wake up, the more you'll see. And I'll give you one little example. We obviously had the Epstein files dropped on us with 6 million pages. Now, there's no way in the world that you can go through 6 million pages in a day, let alone a week or a month. It takes time. And one of the things that jumped out at a lot of people was the exposure of what really happened on 9/11. That was all in the Epstein files. And that was a collaboration between George W. Bush and Jeffrey Epstein. The attack was all planned between the two of them. It's all there in black and white when you take the time to do your research. And all of this is being exposed in real time for those people who have the time and the inclination to do the research. And then once you start to do the research, you wake up. And when you wake up, it's very difficult to go back to sleep again. There are those that have gone back to sleep again because they couldn't be bothered to continue the work. That's not a problem. That's up to you. It's your choice.
Well, just after last week when we reported Donald Trump suggested the United States may no longer share certain intelligence with the UK, King Charles has just reportedly cancelled a planned visit to the United States, raising questions about the tensions within the so-called special relationship. Now, my question is, did Prime Minister Keir Starmer throw his toys out of the pram, going to Big Daddy King Charles for a bit of royal backup? Well, relations between London and Washington appear to be getting a little bit more complicated. Well, in the pantomime.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, in the pantomime, because I guess if King Charles was to go across the channel to see Trump, he'd have to go in his coffin or his little ashes tub. He was dealt with some time ago. It's very, very interesting to see this all unfold. Whilst we're talking about London, it's very interesting to see what's happened now the dust has settled with the Lloyd's of London insurance of the shipping through the Straits of Hormuz. All of this shipping that goes through there has to be insured. And of course, Lloyd's of London thought they were clever in cancelling the insurance of shipping that was going through the Straits. However, a US insurance company has taken that over. Now, you may say, well, great. But what that does is that represents 9% of the UK's GDP lost, gone forever. That has a massive impact on the UK economy. A huge impact. And people don't understand that when you lose 9% of your business as a country, that has a devastating effect on the country. And you will see what happens. This is a little example of what happens when you let a Labour government get into office. Labour have always had this socialist agenda. And I'll give you a very simple example. If you earn as a businessman £100,000 in the UK, and the Labour government tax you 50,000, 50%, and give that 50,000 to 5 other people, they lose 1 vote for the businessman, but they gain 5 votes of people who can't be bothered to work. And that's what keeps Labour in power for a very short period of time. Because sooner or later, all those people that were making the money for the country, like Lloyd's of London, are disappearing. That's what socialism does. It's a failed project. It's been tried over and over and over again, and it doesn't work. One day, somebody will wake up to the fact that if you continue to try the same philosophy and it doesn't work, you need to change your philosophy.
Charlie, I just want to go back to the UK and remind people that last week we had reported that King Charles will be in a coffin on the 28th of March. So let's see whether that will be announced. And my next story is that Kent County Council is reportedly preparing to declare what it's called an illegal immigration emergency. It's a move that could make it the first county authority in the United Kingdom to take such a step. Now, under the proposed measure, the council would refuse to accommodate individuals it believes are in the country illegally. The policy is expected to come into effect on March the 19th. The development comes amid growing pressure on local authorities dealing with the impact of migration and housing pressure across the country. So basically, Charlie, the councils have had enough of the illegal immigrants in the hotels and disrupting the peace.
They are, and I get asked on a daily basis by insiders and by followers and by people who watch my videos about how do we stop this happening and how do we get these people to return to their own country. And for me, it's always been very, very simple. We stop stealing from their countries. I mean, Africa should be God's continent because it has more natural resource than you could ever imagine. More gold, more silver, more minerals, more diamonds, more anything. They could be self-sufficient without any problem at all. And the African people could be super wealthy, every one of them. And I tell you right now, they wouldn't come to England because they've got better weather. They've got a better way of life. The only reason they come to England is to earn more money. Because the British, since years gone by, and Dick Whittington and his cat convinced them the streets of London were paved with gold. Then we wonder why they all show up. Then we wonder why they're dumped on our doorstep. The fact is the moment that their country becomes wealthy as it should be, the same from the Middle East, the same from North Africa, they will want to go back to their own countries. I talk to people from Sudan, from North Africa, Northeast Africa, Somalia. They would love to go back to their own country, but their country is in complete chaos because it's been robbed blind by the EU, the UK, and the USA. It's been robbed blind and it's been abused. The minute that abuse stops, like it has in Burkina Faso and other African countries that are beginning to stand up with the help of Russia and China, this will all stop in a hurry because every single refugee that's in the UK will want to go back to their own country in a hurry when we stop robbing it. I'll leave you with that thought on Monday the 16th of March, 2026. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful week. This is going to be March Madness, and the beginning of April is going to be crazy too. I have some inside information which I can't share with you just yet, but in the first week of April, it's going to be a lot of fun. Have a good day.
Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one commander-in-chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing, freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win, God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Sunday, March 15th, Hillary Clinton's email to pizza man John Podesta confirms that the Kenyan administration, Barack Obama plus Hillary Clinton plus Saudi Arabia plus Qatar founded ISIS. Dan Bongino on Telegram. Julian Assange. ISIS is funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar. This is the most significant email in the whole collection. The government of Saudi and government of Qatar that has been funding ISIS under Hillary Clinton and Clinton emails revealed the largest ever arms deals in the world was made in Saudi Arabia. More than $80 billion. In fact, during her tenure as Secretary of State, total arms exports from the United States in terms of the dollar value doubled. In other words, during Hillary Clinton's time as Secretary of Bribery, the Obama State Department approved massive arms sales, particularly to Saudi Arabia. The result was the rise of terrorist groups like ISIS, funded largely by the very people who were bribing the Clinton Foundation. In short, and the destruction were in large part due to Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. Sunday, March 15th, breaking. Maduro implicates Pence and Pelosi in massive 2020 election probe. USA Department of Labor on Telegram. Former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has reportedly told federal investigators that Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi were lavished with millions of dollars, luxury vehicles, expensive jewelry, and gold coins by Maduro's narco-terrorist regime in exchange for refusing to allow an investigation into the massive fraud that occurred in the 2020 election. In the 2020 election, Venezuelan bought and paid for voting machines and software known as Dominion and Smartmatic turned Trump votes to Biden. In other words, Pence and Pelosi took Venezuelan drug and blood money from a hostile foreign government whose drug trafficking activities have resulted of hundreds of thousands of Americans every year. And in return, they knowingly certified a stolen election, thereby robbing 80+ million Americans of their will and their voice. This is the political crime of the century. That makes Watergate look like small potatoes. Maduro's cooperation and testimony is about to take down lots of powerful people who committed the ultimate betrayal against our country for their own personal gain. Arrest Pence and Pelosi now.
My prepared comments were sidelined a bit as I woke up to the news of the big Israeli attack on Iran. But to be honest, if I think about it hard, it doesn't really change very much. What's really happening is that the owners of the United States of America Corporation have not been able to get enough gold to prevent their bankruptcy. This is the real story. They were trying to get Iran to hand over the Persian gold, the legendary gold of the Persian Empire, to help keep their corporation going, because at the highest level of international finance, they don't accept paper. They accept only things that really exist, and the people controlling that entire fake Zionist show in Washington, D.C. and in Tel Aviv are being isolated by the international community. Now remember, this has never been about Iran getting nuclear weapons. The first time that Israel said that Iran was about to get nuclear weapons was in 1992. They'd say they'd have it in a couple years, and that was 33 years ago. And then since then they've been saying they're gonna get it in a few months. Iran has always had, or they've had nuclear weapons ever since George Bush Sr. gave them missiles equipped with neutron bombs, but leave buildings intact. And I got that information from the son of the Shah of Iran directly. During the Iraq War, the Iranians offered to hand these missiles back to the United States. President Obama refused. The point being that this is all fake. And I think what triggered the attack at this moment was just sheer desperation. The other thing is that the Iranians were given a huge cache of Israeli nuclear documents, and one of the most damning things in those documents, I'm sure I got the name right here, is that the head of the International Atomic Energy Association, IAEA, the people who are supposed to be overseeing the nuclear negotiations with Iran, is actually a Mossad agent by the name of Rafael Grossi. So basically, the Iranians had documents to prove that this whole nuclear thing was fake, and that the IAEA was a fake, compromised institution. So what they do, they try to blow everything up. But remember the Mossad motto, through deception thou shalt wage war, and I guarantee you they're wildly exaggerating the extent of their attack on Iran. And Israel is a tiny place. It's no bigger than New Jersey. And if the Iranians wanted to, they could wipe it out with hypersonic non-nuclear missiles. And as far as I can tell, the U.S. military is not going to fight for Israel. If you see a Donald Trump appearing on your screens, I guarantee you the one who's out there cheerleading for Israel is the short, fake, fat one. here I'm going to insert a picture of him standing next to Elon Musk. Now, Elon Musk is about, I think, 188 centimeters tall, and the real Donald Trump is 190 centimeters tall. And this short, fat Trump is obviously much shorter. This is the one that they're putting out on the media to try to cheerlead and fool the U.S. military into starting World War III. Of course, they will not. And the Russians are also not going to be fooled into starting World War III by this whole thing. It's really, it smacks of desperation. And it's taken over the headlines, but there's a lot of other things that we do need to look at, because my view is that this was a final suicidal move by the satanic regime in Israel. And I think they put out a picture of so-called Netanyahu against his so-called Wailing Wall, saying, a lion has risen or something. Remember, the Wailing Wall is not the remnants of the Second Temple. It's the remnants of a Roman fortress. In other words, it's a fortress of the people who destroyed the temple. And the temple location is somewhere else. So these people worshiping on this wall are worshiping the people who destroyed the temple. They're not Jews. They're not anything to do with the original inhabitants of the region, the Judeans, who are now misleadingly called Palestinians. So this whole thing is fake, and it's going to blow up in their faces. But that's not the only thing that's blowing up in their faces. A lot of other things that are happening that they're trying to distract us from. The big one, of course, being the LA riots, which were obviously hired goons. And I want you to look at this clip here about how this is done and has been done for the ages, and through the ages, how they call it Gladio or whatever. They send in terrorists, people cause mayhem in order to justify a takeover. And this is clearly what's been happening in Los Angeles. So take a look at this tape.
If a prince wants to conquer a city, and the city does not want to be conquered, they would hate him. But if the prince pays criminals to kill cows, burn barns, smash windows, set things on fire, the people will panic in fear and cry out for help, and the prince will come in, get rid of the very criminals he bribed to create the problem. Nobody will know the better for it, and everyone will praise the prince as a hero. So it's good marketing. You create the need and fill it. You go around the back of the house and set it on fire, then you go around the front of the house and sell them a fire extinguisher. And they'll pay anything for it and even thank you for being there. So it's called Machiavellianism, where you create or capitalize on a crisis to consolidate control.
And another reason these riots are being instigated, or were being instigated in LA, is to cover up for the fact that investigations are closing in on a major arson attack on that city. For those who can't remember that far back, LA was hit with a massive arson attack. And now take a look at this video showing how all the fires in LA started simultaneously. This was not some kind of act of nature. This was deliberate sabotage. So these criminals are cornered, they're dangerous, they're trying all sorts of things that have failed. Another thing that failed that never appeared on the radar is there's a reason why Donald Trump is not talking to North Korea. The reason is simple. They have asked many times to talk to North Korea, and North Korea refuses. They refuse for a very good reason. When Kim Jong-un met Donald Trump on the North Korean border, Kim Jong-un was hit with an electromagnetic weapon and died a few months later. I know this from senior North Korean sources, and they've had an avatar lookalike playing a role, but it's his sister who's in charge, and they're not the last time they met, so they're not going to get their hands on the giant mineral wealth of North Korea. They're not, in other words, they're hoping to get gold from North Korea since they couldn't get the Persian gold, and they failed. Now, another thing that we need to look at in the background is the Trump negotiations with China that took place in Switzerland over the weekend, and on. They're trying to say that everything worked out just fine, and the U.S. got what they wanted. But basically, they've put in huge tariffs, but it's not going to help stop the U.S. bankruptcy. And the Chinese have made it clear they're not going to just infinitely finance a criminal rogue regime. That's just not going to happen. So the answer is that the United States corporation needs to be bankrupted and replaced with something new. That process is underway. There are negotiations taking place behind the scenes, and I am involved in those negotiations, but hopefully this entire Zionist nightmare will end soon. But you can tell Israel really is over this time, because none of their allies have supported this attack. Even the U.S. officially is not supporting this attack. There are bribed and compromised elements in the U.S., especially CENTCOM, who might go along with this, but overall the U.S. military understands that their job is to defend the United States, not the criminal regime of Israel. So it really does look like an end game for that whole country, and a lot of other things will be happening. A couple other items that crossed my radar. There was an airplane crash in India, and my sources say that 2 British agents on board that plane who had compromising material on the Bilderberg people meeting this weekend were killed, and that's why that plane was taken down. It was taken down remotely, and so at this point, almost all the plane crashes we've seen in recent years have been deliberate sabotage, because in the 1990s they put in mechanisms on airplanes that allowed them to be remotely controlled against the will of the pilot. The idea was to stop hijacking, but it's been badly abused, and my view is that a criminal investigation should be opened against the Boeing Corporation to find out who has been using this remote control, and it will be paid for. But this is a sort of criminal regime that we're seeing that's on its last legs for sure. The other thing, of course, the other reason why they're freaking out and trying to start World War III is because the wheels of justice are grinding slowly but steadily towards their pedophile crimes. And this is not about, they're trying to spin the story now like, oh, well, a billionaire got 15-year-old, tut-tut, that's not nice. This is not what this is about. Prepubescent children in front of cameras. Okay, that's what's on those Epstein tapes. This is not about a guy, and that's why they're fighting tooth and nail to stop this from coming out. But it is going to come out. And the other thing, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is slowly but surely turning around the U.S. Medical regulatory establishment to once again support science and truth, and this is leading directly and inevitably to the mass murder by heads of the pharmaceutical corporations. So again, even though it looks like the end of the world, it really is the end of Israel and the end of the cabal, and this Friday the 13th will go down as a huge defeat for these people. Events will prove this. You watch and see. Okay, well, that's more or less what I have to say for myself. Let me just quick check my notes if there's anything else I missed. No, the only other thing is that Canada is holding a huge G7 plus meeting next week, and I understand that beneath the surface in these meetings, they're reaching a deal with the Chinese, the Russians, and North Koreans, and that these meetings are actually headed for the creation of some sort of world republic. This is not a new world order headed by a single God King or Messiah or the rule of Lucifer, whatever you want to call it. That's not what this is about. This is about having the rules for the planet that any village has. In other words, we don't, no country will be allowed to break the law, and everyone will be defended against criminals, including transnational criminals who right now basically do whatever they want. They will be stopped. We will no longer have a world that tolerates state-sponsored terror, which mostly comes, as you all know, from the United States and Israel. And that will be ended. That's what this meeting is about. And a fundamental agreement has been reached with the P3 Freemasons, with the Chinese, with the U.S. military white hats, with the British Commonwealth. And good things will happen. This is what we're watching is really the end of a nightmarish regime. It's the final death throes of Israel and that whole Zionist project. Watch and see. Okay, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now, I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. So many people are complaining about headaches and strange sounds they can't get rid of. This, in large part, has been proven to be caused by microscopic nanobots implanted into people without their knowledge or consent. All of this will eventually change people's thinking, kind of like brainwashing, so they may no longer know where they are or what time it is. How can we fight back against this?
Well, first of all, anybody can buy a microscope, and you can take a sample of your own blood and look under the microscope yourself to make sure that's what really is the cause. My own view is that you have much more to worry about from Wi-Fi and from electromagnetic pollution. And I can personally say that now that I'm in the Canadian wilderness, where there's limited electromagnetic pollution, I sleep a lot better. So before you worry about nanobots, try this experiment. Next time before you go to bed, unplug your Wi-Fi, turn off your phone, unplug all the electrics. Not turn them off, unplug them, and see if you don't sleep better. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Could you explain why so many videos are coming out of China showing factories being burned? Is China really as strong as you say? If so, what are these videos? They kind of look like people burning down businesses or insurance money.
China does have real problems, for sure. The people I'm in contact with in Myanmar, for example, have cut off about 40 to 50% of the raw material they need for their rare earth metals, and the real estate crisis that they have is far worse than they want to talk about. I mean, one official said they built like more than twice as many apartment buildings as there are people in China. I cannot confirm this, but having said all that, China remains an industrial powerhouse. They take care of 31% they control 31% of global manufacturing. That's more than double what the U.S. has and more than what the entire G7 has. And they have very good economic relations with most countries. Exports to the U.S. are only 2.7% of Chinese GDP. So that loss, while it's painful, is not going to upset their economy. I understand they are going through a big restructuring, but they have competent leadership, and unlike the U.S. leadership, they actually work for the people. You know, the U.S. leadership has been proven to be working for oligarchs who have been strip mining the middle class of all their wealth so that these billionaires and trillionaires can build more super yachts. That's the reality. So, yeah, there is trouble in China, but it's nowhere near as bad as the trouble in the United States. But at the end of the day, China wants to work with the West in a win-win manner, and the Western white hats agree 100%. So, you know, these troubles in China and the U.S. will end once the old regime in the West is removed. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Any government that develops a bioweapon and then premeditatedly distributes it to their population and citizens has lost all and any rights, including the right to lay and or collect taxes. Everyone wants to talk about our founding fathers this, our founding fathers that, and what they would do right now if they were here in 2025. But the reality is our founding fathers went to war with England over a 3% T-tax. If everyone is so concerned about what the founding fathers would do, why haven't we rebelled yet?
That is a very good question, and I think the answer is that the American Anglo-Saxon people understand that rioting on the streets is not going to be a successful way to rebel, and that they have to convince the military establishment to go along with regime change. And that, I understand, is happening. But until you see the heads of the pharmaceutical companies, and basically all the military needs to do is disobey any commander who has far more money than they could have earned on their military salary, because you know that they've been bribed and compromised. But the garbage floats to the top, and I know that the military is no longer working for the cabal, and that's why they're not going to be able to start World War III. And at the end of the day, while they are very slow and they wait for justice, justice is coming, and the military and police will enforce it. You watch and see. But keep your eyes on RFK Jr., because he's definitely leading the attack on that front against the pharmaceutical companies. And that should be enough to tip the balance. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You talked a little bit earlier today about the short, fat, fake Trump and the real Trump. So which Trump is signing all of these new bills in the White House? Which one has joined the Auto Pen Club?
Well, all I can say is that the past couple of weeks, all we've seen is the short, fat, fake one, and I posted the pictures. You can see it's obviously not him. I don't know what's happening to the one who allied with the U.S. Space Force, but I'm guessing that he is in Mount Cheyenne and he's waiting for this whole business to blow over and let these people kind of shoot themselves in the foot, and that's why we're not seeing action on that front at this point. I also understand that the real commander-in-chief is waiting for the final deal on the new financial system, and so he's basically standing by, and while he's doing that, the fake ones are doing their last minute desperate Hail Mary attempt to start World War III, but it's not going to work. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Why do you keep insisting Canada will be on the top because the U.S. is bankrupt? This doesn't seem to be true. Canada is the most bankrupt country in the world, the highest debt to GDP, highest taxation, lowest nutrition. Most Canadians apparently cannot afford to eat meat regularly since Trudeau took office, and the only country that has no gold reserves. Nothing. Plus a complete shutdown of the extraction of resources. Canada is the one without a way out, not the United States. Canadians are literally poor. I see it. In the United States today, opportunities abound, and the limit is only set by the individual. I don't see that in Canada.
The fact is that if you take GDP numbers, which is where you divide the total GDP by the population, the United States looks a lot richer. That's because if Bill Gates walks into a coffee shop, suddenly everybody in the coffee shop is a multimillionaire, but he's buying all the coffee and nobody else can afford any more coffee. That's the situation with the United States. The median income, which is the level at which half the people are below and half the people are above, in the United States is something like $30,000 a year. It's just barely scraping along at poverty level. That's where most actual Americans live. In Canada, the median income, where half the people are below and half the people are above, is much higher. But having said all that, Canada and the United States both need a complete change of government. the government of Canada from 1938 to 1972 was able to finance World War II, was able to build the Trans-Canada Highway, pay for university education, pay for the military, pay for health care, everything without debt or taxes, because the Bank of Canada belonged to the Canadian government and Canadian people. What happened was that Pierre Trudeau was blackmailed by David Rockefeller with a picture of him, and that's why he handed over control of Canadian money to these satanic criminals. And that's why Canada is now subject to Babylonian debt slavery. That will be ended. The Bank of Canada will be nationalized again. And the fact is that Canada has huge amounts of resources relative to its population. And together with the brothers and sisters from the United States, I think together we both need regime change. We both need together to build something new from scratch and not subject one to the other. We're basically the same people with the same history, and we both need a complete change of government, and I believe that's what's going to come. Democracy will be restored to the Anglo-Saxon people. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and there's some things I haven't talked about on purpose, but there are some very high-level negotiations taking place, and hopefully sooner rather than later those would be good announcements about a jubilee and a financial reset. Keep your fingers crossed, knock on wood, we're almost there, but I'm not going to give dates because they come and go, and this has been a very long process, but some serious moves are happening, and hopefully soon we'll have something we can tell everybody. Well, thanks for tuning in. I hope to see you 25. June 21st is the summer solstice, and every year the Satanists like to have some big fire sacrifice event to commemorate the summer solstice. And obviously this year is the big attack on Iran, but it's blowing up in their faces big time. There's a bunch of reasons for this. First of all, the whole world knows that Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying that Iran's about to get a nuclear weapon, and so we have to attack them immediately for more than 30 years. And so nobody's being fooled. Now, the other thing that we need to note is that on June 11th, Netanyahu was in court facing criminal charges, and he said, "Oh, I feel sick," and they postponed the court date. The next day, he nearly lost an election, a vote in the Israeli parliament, and lost power. So basically, he tried to start this Iran war in part to get, avoid going to jail, and also avoid a complete collapse of his regime, which would mean, of course, jail and war crimes charges for him and his cabinet, and they're very desperately trying to avoid this. But the bigger story here is that we are definitely seeing either a Donald Trump who contradicts himself almost daily, or two different power centers, each projecting their own Trump image. I prefer to think of it as two power centers. Now, the proof for this was the director of U.S. National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was providing testimony to Congress that the CIA, the FBI, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the NSA, and all 18 U.S. intelligence agencies agree that Iran is not developing a nuclear weapon.
Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. So
this directly contradicts everything we've been told by the Zionist-controlled press, and most importantly, these people represent the actual military power. Okay, so when they tried to use their fake Trump to get the United States to attack Iran, the military basically revolted. and they are backed by the people. An Economist YouGov poll showed that only 16% of Americans support fighting Iran on behalf of Israel. So it's really a very dangerous proposition for these people. Now, there are many other reasons why we can tell that there's two different Trumps. I mean, one day he says we're not gonna grab illegal Mexicans and other illegal workers who are working in farms and restaurants and other things, and then the next day he says we're going to deport them all. There are many 180% contradictions. We have him saying, oh yeah, we're going to negotiate with Iran, and then we have him saying, no, Iran must surrender unconditionally, etc., etc. And it's very clear now that the fake Trump is imploding. We have him saying things now that Fox News is completely unreliable and opposed to me. Well, Fox News has always been their main cheerleader in the corporate media, and suddenly they're the enemy. That should tell you a lot. I mean, there are many other things, but what we're seeing is a real implosion of the Zionist control mechanism. Now, the other thing we do note is that we have been in touch. The Iranians have been contacting me quite frequently, and the main message I'm getting is that they support the Jews, they support the creation of a nation-state of Judea, which would include both the native-born Judeans, mistakenly called Palestinians, together with the Jewish or Ashkenazi immigrants, as equal citizens in the new country of Judea. And they can go ahead and rebuild the temple if they want. So what we're seeing is the end of Israel, and because there's these days there's so many computer graphics and fakes. I tried to find out from my own sources if the attacks on Tel Aviv were real or just computer graphics, and I've confirmed from a long-term resident of Tel Aviv as well as from a Japanese diplomat stationed there that Tel Aviv is being destroyed. It is not computer graphics, so this is very real. However, the Iranians have also told me they have a nuclear weapon and they're refraining from using it. This is very important because everyone knows Israel has nuclear weapons, but if the other side has them as well, then it is suicide for them to try to use it. Now, we also know that Netanyahu fled Israel after the attacks began, and while I reported that he had fled to Argentina, the latest intelligence from Mossad says he's hiding out in the island of Cyprus. But they were hoping that they could start this long-awaited nuclear Armageddon by having Iran destroy Israel, and then Israel destroy Iran, and then everybody destroy everybody. But fortunately, sane minds prevail at the top of the U.S., Chinese, Russian, and other militaries, including the Israeli military. And they're not going to go along with these fanatics. So the whole thing is imploding big time. My sources are now saying Israel is unlikely to last for another month in its current form. And even though President Trump says he's going to wait 2 weeks before deciding whether or not to attack Iran, that's just basically a cover-up for the fact that the military is not going to attack Iran on behalf of Israel. And if you look at this video, which I'm about to show, as the video points out, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Russia, all these countries are aligned with Iran. And that means that militarily, Israel cannot hope to prevail, even if the U.S. Central Command tries to do something. They just don't have the power, and they don't have the support. Saudi Arabia is allowing Iranian flights to attack Israel over their territory, but they're not allowing Israeli flights over their territory to attack Iran. So that should tell people what's going on. But I think the bigger story is still that the United States corporation and its Zionist owners are bankrupt, and they're trying very hard to avoid declaring bankruptcy by starting World War III. and it's not going to happen. What is clear is that the United States in its current form cannot be reformed. They cannot save themselves from declaring bankruptcy. Discretionary spending is only 15% of their budget. It's not enough to deal with it. Even all these DOGE cuts were only a fraction of the debt. The U.S. now pays more money on interest than it does on defense. And remember, they shouldn't be paying any interest. The U.S. government should be producing its own money and not borrowing from Zionist bankers. So the United States is in a state of hopeless debt slavery, and there's no way around it. The Dragon family offer of unlimited or virtually unlimited funding is still on the table, but we just need to wait for this entire thing to collapse, and it will collapse. Now, all this Iran-Israel stuff, of course, as usual, has distracted us from many other important things that have been happening. So let's try to look at some of that stuff as well. The G7 had their big meeting this week in Canada, and they invited, a lot of other countries. But if I look at their statements and everything, they're basically not really influential anymore. The biggest takeaways I had was that Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada did not mention carbon credits or climate change, and DEI was removed from the list. So that indicates that there has been a fundamental shift in policy direction away from that. So that's a good sign. But Donald Trump showed up, but he refused to meet Macron and Zelensky. In other words, he did not want to talk to the Rothschilds in Europe, and left without doing that. So we're still stuck with the French Rothschilds and their little group of European and Canadian politicians under their control. But they do have to negotiate a surrender or some kind of deal, because nothing else is going to work. Now, the other thing that is on my radar big time now is that China is facing much bigger problems than I realized. As I've noted in my weekly report, we're now hearing reports in the Japanese press and other places that yes, indeed, China built more than twice as many houses as there are people to house. So that's a huge waste of time and resources and money they haven't dealt with yet. And now we're hearing that their electrical vehicle business has got the same problem. Way too much overinvestment. So what we're seeing is that the Chinese system for economic planning has produced enormous growth and done wonderful things, but they do have the tendency for great leap forward type mistakes. And so China also needs some kind of restructuring or bankruptcy declaration to, that just means that you cannot continue paying under the current format. You have to, go back and start from scratch. So China and the U.S. both need to have a jubilee. They need to reboot their respective financial and economic systems. And, the mechanisms are there, but so far the decision making hasn't reached the crisis level we need for it to happen. So it looks like we're going to keep watching an implosion of the United States over the coming month or so. I don't know how long it's going to last, but clearly there's still some residues that have to be dealt with. Now, another thing that did cross my radar was that the U.S. military has been authorized to take action inside California. This is huge development. The Trump administration or the U.S. military is saying they're justifying this because it's a foreign invasion. They're probably right, but I'm hoping this will mean a white hat takeover of the Silicon Valley complex so that the internet can continue to provide us with truth and freedom of information and all the good things that it does. But overall, I think the conclusion we need to reach is that the situation with Iran is not going to lead to a nuclear war. The Zionists are not going to be able to start some kind of Holocaust event, and hopefully we'll see the flushing out of the fake Trump and the return of the real one. But it's obvious from the fact that we're seeing two different Trumps all over our media saying contradictory things, that a power struggle is still continuing, and it basically pits the Zionists against the rationalists, the people who don't want to destroy the world. So it is some sort of end game, and it'll keep playing out. So that's the situation now. And next, I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. In regards to resolving the U.S. debt crisis, what would be the problem with reinstating U.S.-backed U.S. notes and paying off the debt with them versus FRNs, thus retiring the debt entirely as the bonds become due over the next few years, and just have the entire lending and interest scam be resolved in a naturally and orderly manner?
The main problem is that the United States has borrowed money from foreigners, people like China and Saudi Arabia and Japan, and that means that they cannot just unilaterally decide to cancel the debt, because it would mean a complete stop of U.S. external trade. It would lead to a huge crash landing in the U.S. economy. Now, the Chinese have said they're willing to write off all the U.S. debt and start fresh, and the other countries would also go along with this, but they're asking for an end to the United States of America Corporation as a condition for this, and its replacement with a new political entity. Now, this is a very reasonable thing, because the people who own the United States Corporation have, in fact, been financing terrorism. They've killed literally tens of millions of people after World War II ended, and they've been financing terrorism. They're just a huge anti-social warmongering entity, and the entire planet is sick and tired of it. So, they want to write off the debt and then restore democracy and sanity to North America. In other words, the United States cannot act alone, but the rest of the world is willing to help, as long as they get rid of the terrorists and messianic fanatics who have seized the highest levels of government. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Makes you wonder, if there were two British targets on board that Air India flight with material on the Bilderberg people, why don't they just off the two people with the Bilderberg information rather than taking out a passenger plane of 200 plus innocent civilians?
Probably because that's the only way they could technically pull it off. But, these people are psychopaths, and they don't care to get their target. They don't think normally. But, yeah, rationally, you'd think that's what they would have done. But that's not how these people think. So it's unfortunate, but we're dealing with psychopaths, and hopefully they will be removed from all positions of power soon. Next question.
Hi, Ben. What do you believe was the purpose of Zelensky going to the G7 in Alberta, Canada?
Well, he was there obviously to try to get money, and he got €1 billion from the EU, and he got 2 million Canadian dollars from the Canadians, but he got nothing from the Americans. So this is not enough money to keep that whole fake show going. But notice how they are trying to distract us away from the loss of the war in Ukraine to this new one in Iran. They're trying to say, don't look this way, but the fact is that the Ukrainian regime is on its last legs, and the same is true of the Israeli regime. I think they're going to go down together. Anyway, Zelensky went on a begging mission and caught just a fraction of what he needed, and he failed to get a meeting with Donald Trump. So it was a failure for him. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you believe the election fraud will be exposed in Canada? Carney obviously cheated, and the Dominion machines have a Canadian link. Soros had an office in the same building as Dominion machines in Toronto. We know the 2020 U.S. election was fraudulent as a result of the false tabulation in the Dominion machines. What do you think is going to happen with this?
I think that the Five Eyes military and intelligence community is becoming aware that their civilian governments have been taken over by pedophile, blackmailed politicians, and I am working with the military white hats to try to restore democracy to Canada and the United States. And it's good to see that the FBI is now saying the 2020 election was stolen. So it's a big process, but it will include Canada, and hopefully, democracy will be restored to the Anglo-Saxon War when the dust settles. And it's up to the military police, military intelligence, and the military, because the civilian governments have become hopelessly compromised. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Kim Gogan has just posted her usual nonsense. I want to know what you make of this statement she put out tonight. It says, intelligence agency statement, their massive campaign began late last night, early morning. Pentagon is at DEFCON 1 as they hit, quote, the wrong button, which pointed sophisticated weapons straight at D.C., Pentagon, and Langley within the last hour. Pentagon got caught firing weapons from Israel to Iran and vice versa. It is not the Israelis/Iranians, it's the Americans. There is another planned assassination attempt on fake Trump planned for tomorrow to be blamed on the Russians. We are in the full heat of things at this moment. We have this. Stay tuned and stay safe. I will do my best to get a report out in the morning, worst case out by the end of Sunday. In all the time I've been doing this, it has never been this bad. What are your thoughts on this statement?
I don't have her sources, or I'm not sure if it's a her or artificial intelligence, but what is clear is that there's been a huge push by the Zionists. It's sort of like what they call a Hail Mary attempt to get out of their trouble by starting World War III. They've called in all their agents. I forgot to mention this during my talk, but both the Iranians and the British intelligence confirmed that, as well as Mossad, that a huge number of senior Iranian officials have fled Iran to Canada and the United States. In other words, this big attack kind of blew open their network in Iran, and so now what's happening is their network in the United States is on full hysterical start the World War III mode, and they're exposing themselves, and it's a very dangerous time. But it's not about the Pentagon attacking Iran. It's about a faction that has influence in all the Western countries as well as Israel, fighting against the sane, rational people in the military and intelligence establishment who understand that no matter what, we must not let them start Armageddon or a nuclear holocaust. And the Iranians are aware of this too. And I also, another thing I neglected to mention is that the U.S. aircraft Nimitz has been sent to the Middle East. Now that's the 4th aircraft carrier. You notice that we've not seen any more reports about the Eisenhower or the Carl Vinson or the Truman. It's like they've disappeared from the news radar. I think they're basically being turned into useless hulks. And the warning I got over the Nimitz is that they're going to use it for a false flag. The Israelis are going to try to blow it up and blame it on Iran to somehow try to fool the Americans into starting war with Iran. No matter what these people do, that's what they want. It's not what we want. This is going to end. We're watching the final implosion. So just, try not to get too distracted by negative news and concentrate on, all the good stuff that is happening and will continue to happen. These people are on their last legs. There's no doubt about it. It looks like Israel will finally end and will be replaced by the nation state of Judea, and the United States corporation will be replaced by the Republic of North America. That will, once again be a sane, law-abiding, friendly country to the rest of the world. That's what we're aiming for. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you again next week. Was a year that saw a lot of progress in dismantling the satanic globalist elite. They are very, very close to losing power, and if we play our cards right, we should be able to have a new Bretton Woods type agreement this year. But what we need to understand is that the year started out with Donald Trump trying to reform the United States. They had the Department of Government Efficiency. They were doing all sorts of good things. It was going to take over Canada, take over Greenland, take over the Panama Canal. And suddenly, in June, he disappeared at a G7 meeting. And then since then, we've had the fake short fat Trump, who presided over one of the largest military defeats in U.S. history. The United States lost 3 aircraft carriers and ran out of missiles. And basically, Israel was militarily finished. And now they're sending me a bunch of fake videos, probably filmed in India, saying that the Iranian regime is going to be overthrown. I don't believe it. Iranian protesters don't go around with CGI generated English placards. Okay, so they send me a whole bunch of these videos, but I'm not going to bother sharing them with you. I'm asking my Iranian sources, and I'll get back to you on Monday to see what they say about the situation. But just so you understand why you can't trust anything that you see on your screens, and you should always verify. For example, I appear live in front of real people so they can confirm I'm real. I'm not just CGI. But in any case, take a look at this video showing you what sort of stuff they can do now, and they are doing it. So there's a lot of faker out there, and the last leaders of the failing rules-based world order are lying through their teeth about the real situation. They're faking their economic statistics, and that is going to lead to their downfall. In Germany, I just got sent some information from German intelligence that the Alice Weidel of the AfD, showed 3 documents showing that Friedrich Merz, first of all, he sent a letter to the bureaucracy saying that they must not publish any negative economic news. So they're ordering them to lie about the real situation in Germany, which is awful. And he sent another letter saying that the bureaucracy need to cover up crimes committed by foreigners. And then there was a third letter she presented showing that he was soliciting bribes. So Merz may be the first to fall, but we'll see. In England, Keir Starmer was also found to be taking orders from the EU to bring in foreign criminals to cause chaos in the UK. So again, he may also fall. We will see which one falls first. Although maybe my bet is with the French, because the French are taking serious action, especially the farmers. Take a look at this government buildings completely covered in manure in France. It might be that Brigitte Macron, i.e. Jean-Michel de Rothschild, who's probably the head of the snake, is going to have to go, and then all the dominoes will fall. But also in the United States, the fake Trump, he was overruled by the Supreme Court on sending in the National Guard, and they told him the only thing he could do now was to invoke the Insurrection Act. So this could be a civil war in the United States. But my message to the armed forces of the United States is that your commander-in-chief, Donald J. Trump, was replaced in June by a fraud, and you must not obey that person in the White House. It's not your president. And you need to set up some kind of emergency government to help the United States through this transition. Now, I was also going to call for the arrest of a bunch of people, but I think I'll let Archbishop Carlo Vigano speak for all of us when he listen to him, who are still in positions of power. And Archbishop Vigano, I've heard that someone is taking action. There was an explosion in Switzerland that killed over 50 people. And I was told that a very senior member of the globalist elite was killed in that explosion. We don't know who it is yet, but I'm willing to bet it's Larry Fink. But I don't know. I don't have any inside information. All I know is from the CIA that a senior globalist was blown up. And we know that a lot of the globalists are all gathering in Switzerland right now because their financial system is falling apart. They are facing bankruptcy, the entire private central bank cartel. They've run out of gold, and they only managed to keep revive the government, the U.S. government, after 40 days of being shut down by laundering cartel narco money in exchange for silver, and they use that silver to pay the Asians. Now the Chinese have cut off silver, and I don't see how they're going to get past the end of January. We'll see. But remember, the Dragon family is standing by with $100 trillion to help rebuild the West as soon as they get rid of their satanic infection. And take a look at this. If you don't think this is real, take a look at this plaque from the Satanists honoring Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. So you see, the West is satanically infected, and it has to be cured, and that's what we're going to do this year. And there are many ways we can do it, but what each of you can personally do who's watching this is to take your money out of the stock market, get cash, buy real things, try to use this cash as much as possible, but get your money out of their fake financial system. That's very important. That's what you can do. But at a higher level, action is being taken, and a lot of people are going to be removed. We're sure of it. And then we can start, we're hoping that Nigel Farage will be the first leader of the White Hats to take over a major G7 country. And then we're asking him to help convene a new Bretton Woods conference so that we can fundamentally rebuild the post-war international architecture to reflect current realities. We are also calling for a jubilee, a one-off cancellation of debt, a redistribution of assets that were stolen from the people through central bank fraud. That means each of you should get the equivalent of a house, as payment for what they've done to you. And we're also, saying we need to set up a future planning agency so that we are not outcompeted by the Chinese who have such a system. We need to improve our system of economic governance. Right now, it's run by Satan-worshipping pedophile elites who are blackmailed and who only wish to enrich themselves at the expense of others. They are not trying to, build a better world. They're just trying to enrich themselves at the expense of us. That's no way to run an economic system. We need to hire the smartest people who work for you to make your life better the way you want it to be. That's what we're fighting for. So let's try to do it this year. This has gone on long enough. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. What are your thoughts on the silver export ban from China starting at the beginning of the new year? Is this the final nail in the coffin for the fiat dollar when Western bullion banks are cut off from accessing physical silver?
It could well be. As I said in my talk, the idea is to remove the Khazarian mafia from control of the world's financial system, because that's what decides what we as a species do in the future. And the key to breaking their control is to insist on physical assets and not their paper or their digits on computers. And this is what the Chinese seem to be doing. Cutting them off for anything that's real, and then their whole fake thing will just evaporate. We'll see. But you personally should invest in real things. Get your money out of the bank and buy a car, a house, a stereo, whatever, anything that really exists. That's my advice. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You kind of answered this question already. It looks like a large amount of billionaire investors are pulling out of stocks, citing overvaluation. It seems like you agree with this. If not stocks, what, in your opinion, is the best thing to buy? Is it gold? Is it silver? You did mention property. Are there anything else that you would suggest people invest in?
Well, I think land and housing is the number one. And farmland, so you have a supply of food, because at the end of the day, you can't eat gold and you can't eat silver. And there have been times in the past where no matter how much gold you had, just things that are long lasting. If you don't have a lot of money, maybe just buy a brand new state of the art washing machine or whatever you can afford, but just get something that's real, that will personally improve your own life. That's what I suggest. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You mentioned that the explosion at the bar. How do you think this was done? People are describing it as an instant inferno. Was this a bombing, or does it look like more of an advanced weaponry?
I don't know. I'm still making inquiries, but my suspicion was that this was aimed at a specific individual. And then when I asked my CIA connections, they said a very senior member of the globalist elite was eliminated. And I guess Larry Fink, because either Larry Fink or Bill Gates are prime targets, because they were recorded saying they have a strong interest in going after these individuals. But I really don't know. I'll try to find out. And I don't know how it was bombed either. Again, it's too early, but there's many different ways you can do that. Next question.
Hey, Ben. It looks like China has started to make military moves to invade Taiwan. Do you see this occurring in the near future? And if it does, what does that look like? Who comes to Taiwan's aid? Who backs China? And who wins?
I don't think it's going to come to that. What's going to happen, I believe, the head of the Three-Legged Crow Society in Japan died, and they've now selected a new individual. And I'm guessing that the various royal families of Asia are going to have negotiations that will involve reuniting the Korean Peninsula and then sorting out the Japan, Taiwan, China triangle in a harmonious way. But at the end of the day, I think that what will happen is people from the government in Taiwan will be given a senior role running all of China as part of a unification process. And I believe China or Taiwan will be allowed to keep an independent army. But, they're not, I don't think they're going to actually have a war. It's not going to be necessary. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What are your thoughts on the Minnesota Somali scam? What is actually going on there? Somalia has one of the world's lowest IQs, so I don't buy that they have figured out how to scam the government by themselves. What sort of inside things are occurring inside of our government to allow them to get away with this?
I saw one video of a supposed Somali scammer. And I'm telling you, the guy didn't look Somali. He looked Jewish, okay? Dark skinned, but definitely not. The Somalis have a very distinct appearance. I mean, the differences genetically within Africa are much bigger than anywhere else in the world. So different Africans are more different from each other than the Chinese are from the Europeans, for example. And the Somalis have a very tall, distinct features. And I don't think this has really to do with Somalis, although they may be used as a front. I think this is some kind of scam, and I'll try to look more into it. But I agree with you. I don't think it's actual Somalis, but they may be used as fronts. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you next week. President Trump reminds me of a friend who has a sister who is a drug addict, and she borrowed money from all her relatives and friends and everybody until the well went dry, and they wouldn't lend her anymore. And now she says that she won the lottery, and she's going to pay back everyone with interest. The problem is, she didn't win the lottery. It's delusional. The same thing is happening with the fake President Trump. This has been going on for a while now. He says he's got $18 trillion in investment promises from around the world. This is just not true. It's not happening. Nobody's investing anything. Then he says he's got $18 trillion in revenue from tariffs, when in fact his revenue is $238 billion, which is not even enough to cover a month's deficit, trade deficit, or budget deficit for that matter. And now we're seeing some similar delusional behavior as far as Greenland is concerned. He thinks that somehow by grabbing Greenland, which is part of a NATO allied state, that it's going to solve all his monetary problems because they've got all these rare earths. Again, the problem is, even if they do, it'll take 7 to 8 years to develop, and he's got bills coming due on January 31st, so it's not going to be on time. The same with Venezuela. He says, oh, we got all this Venezuelan oil. Yeah, all right, they've been stealing oil tankers, but guess what? U.S. has also had oil tankers stolen from them in the Middle East, so that's not working. And the big attempt to grab Iran's the gold, has failed. The real reason for this failed color revolution in Iran was, as I wrote in my weekly report, to grab the Persian gold hoard, which is apparently huge. It's more than the official reserves of the entire world. And remember, the official reserves are only gold that was recognized by the Western financial system and has their stamp on it. It's not the real amount of gold in the world. In any case, the rest of the world is not accepting any more IOUs from the United States. They want payment in physical silver or physical gold. And the fact that they failed to grab the gold in Iran means they're desperate. I don't see any way out of it except one, which is to accept the Dragon family offer of $100 trillion. This would be used to finance the Jubilee, to cancel all debt, public and private, in the West, to finance a huge rebuild of U.S. infrastructure, for example, a high-speed train network connecting the whole country, all sorts of things. And also, we would promise that we would cancel all debt, public and private, and everybody would become the owner of their current residence. And landlords would be compensated with the equivalent in rent. And as it's been pointed out, people who actually own their own houses and paid for them will be given an extra reward in the form of ownership of corporations that will be confiscated from the satanic oligarchs who stole it through central bank fraud. So all that is going to happen, but in the meantime, we still have this delusional megalomaniac who thinks he's Donald Trump uh, he's trying to invoke the Insurrection Act. And here you can watch the head of the Israeli Homeland Security. Remember, Homeland Security's headquarters is in Israel. And we have Christine Noem in this clip. You can watch her talk about the Insurrection Act. What this means is they want to use the military to shoot American civilians in order to impose a dictatorship ruled by their fake Trump. That's what it means. And unfortunately, there's people also working against legitimate law enforcement to try to create a crisis to justify this military takeover. I do believe we need a military takeover, but not one controlled by the satanic Zionists. And you can spot them because they're the ones who are covering up all the Jeffrey Epstein files because they're in them. So, anybody like Pam Bondi or anybody in the current regime that you're seeing on your screens does not belong in public office, okay? Now, another thing that's going on is just like when the Romanian regime fell with Ceausescu, he kept ramping up repression and ramping it up until him and his whole family ended in front of a firing squad. And we're seeing similar repression in the United States. And, for example, I'm pretty sure that the creator of Dilbert, Scott Adams, and we know that, Jonathan Greenblatt, the CEO of the ADL, is going after people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. And as a result, I've been told that a death warrant has been placed on him and trying to suppress the truth. So another person who I've heard a death warrant has been put on is Lindsey Graham, because he's been calling for the assassination of Vladimir Putin, the sitting head of state. So this is not issued by us. This is issued by someone else. I'm not at liberty to discuss who they are, but they told me that such warrants had been issued. So, the battle is going on, but we are winning. And the control grid is failing. For example, we have the Iranian Foreign Ministry explaining to the killing in Iran was carried out by recipe for color revolution involves causing, first of all, economic turmoil so that people get unhappy. Then they pay protesters and target the anger towards the regime. And then they have people shooting both the police and the protesters to try to get them to fight each other. And they tried this, and instead, what happened was the Mossad snipers were taken out, and the Iranian armed forces were able to protect their country and their people. And of course, you won't see that on your Western screens because, unfortunately, these criminals still control the mega corporations, and that's what needs to be taken away from them. We need to remove their control of Google, Microsoft, all the big high-tech companies. They need to be removed from that control. And also, the United States military really, really does need to get back to the real world and live within its means, because right now it is a gigantic parasite. For example, take a look at this clip of a so-called rocket company that got $4 million from the U.S. military. That's the sort of thing that happens when you have a magic money machine, but ultimately it's parasitical. It sucks from the strength of the country you're supposed to be supporting, and that's no way to run a military. If the military was run by sane people, one of the first things they would do is get rid of all those aircraft carriers because, as the Chinese have pointed out, the Russians can sink them all within half an hour if they want to. They've got the missiles to do that. So militarily, they're expensive white elephants, and they need to be removed. And the money saved should be put on, building hypersonic missiles. This is the sort of thing that needs to be done as soon as we get sane leadership. And again, the last time we offered this $100 trillion from the Dragon family, the forensic trail led to Barack Hussein, Thunder of Satan Obama, who blocked this money from being used to help rebuild America. And this time, the money is being blocked by the Rothschild family, who are using the fake Trump who's been around since June of last year. And that's that's what's blocking it now. So, we have Jean-Michel de Rothschild posing as Brigitte Macron. We have Nathaniel Rothschild. We have the Edmund de Rothschild Bank. We have Barclays Bank. And we have the Vatican Bank. These are the people who are preventing the rebuilding of the West and refusing the generous offer from the Dragon family to help rebuild Western industry and rebuild Western civilization. But it will happen anyway. We're going to have to let things collapse a bit more. It looks like Israel is being abandoned. Ehud Barak has been spotted fleeing the country. Benjamin Netanyahu has left. And I was told by the Iranians that the satanic, racist state of Israel is going to be replaced by the nation state of Judea, which will be a multi-ethnic, multi-religious state, and that the temple will be rebuilt once Judea is established. And the Jewish people will be freed from thousands of years of satanic slavery. This is, to the U.S. military and to the law enforcement agencies. Take a look at this clip about baby formula. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We'd like to get your thoughts on the current mayor of Minnesota.
You know what? I'm going to skip on that one because I don't have enough knowledge to give you an informed comment, but I will try to do some research on that and talk about it in my next weekly report. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Weekly, you tell that the Chabad death cult is going to be removed, but could you list the names of the individuals running this cult and where their operations are conducted from, if you are aware?
I believe that you could actually look it up online. They're openly listed, and the names are available. But what you have to understand is that Chabad are the army, the brain control army, but the real leadership is the Octagon Group, the Rothschild family, the people who control the World Economic Forum, but Chabad centers, they for years they say, oh, we're just a harmless Jewish group. We mean good, but the reality, as can be seen in their own writings, is that they have been working to kill 90% of humanity. But again, it's all public information. Just look up Chabad and you'll find a list of all their locations. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Apparently, there's a video by Stuart Lowe being interviewed by Nino Rodriguez. States they are wishing to make 3 super states, Russia, China, and the U.S. They are very much pushing the synagogue of Satan to be in charge as they speak about some sort of dome. I have zero desire to be ruled by no-hide laws up here in Canada. What are your thoughts about this?
That's not going to work. This plan will fail. We are definitely headed for a multipolar world. So it'll be like any village where we have certain rules. You don't go into your neighbor's house and steal and rape, and we all get together to deal with things that we share in common. But it's not going to be some kind of centralized dictatorship like these people are planning. That 3-group idea is not going to work. And personally, since you're in Canada, I'm pushing for Canada to liberate the United States and restore democracy there and good government. I want Canada to take over the United States. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Since famous entertainers are usually compromised with unpleasant circumstances to make them servile, is it possible actor Timothy Busfield acted against his handlers and is being exposed as punishment? Any evidence that he may be helping the White Hats?
You have to judge from what he's saying. If he's been talking about pedophiles and stuff, then yeah, he's been targeted. But I don't know the details in this case either. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update. Worldwide 10 days of darkness set to activate on Sunday or Monday, 15th, 16th of March, 2026. TV, radio, internet silent as military emergency broadcasts take command. Global Military Alliance makes mass arrests of Satan-worshipping deep state elites. Be prepared with food, cash essentials. Banks closing, ATMs not working. Improved worldwide financial education, government systems by first week of April. US, Canada, UK, Germany, and Australia entering Nasara-Jasara transition. Judy note. President Donald J. Trump has declared a restoration of the American Republic by dissolving the privately owned by Satan-worshipping deep state bankers, U.S. Inc. Trump simply took away the cabal private bankers' confiscation of U.S. taxpayer dollars by invoking Article 2 of the Constitution, activating the gold asset-backed global currency reset, and thereby returning taxpayer monies of all 209 participating BRICS alliance nations back to the people. Trump declared the United States fully sovereign under common law. No more admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip has been broken. The true constitutional republic rises. On Friday, Bill and Hillary Clinton were arrested by Trump's global military alliance, flown to Gitmo, underwent separate tribunals, where both were convicted of treason, child trafficking, and crimes against humanity, and sentenced to hang within 72 hours. Now the Global Military Alliance has announced that Benjamin Netanyahu has been killed in an Iranian raid. Netanyahu was said to housing in Israeli underground tunnels, plus promoted continual war against Israelis through the Zionism movement. Like the Clintons and Netanyahu should not be a surprise to anyone following President Trump's Global Military Alliance. Possible timing. Friday, March 13th has triggered the global initiative phase of the global currency reset. QFS nodes are stabilizing under gold-backed parity, while Starlink begins aligning communication grids for a full system override. The old world is running on borrowed seconds. On Saturday, March 14th, 2026, the US, Canada, UK, Germany, and Australia began transitioning Nasara-Jasara funds into the quantum financial system as part of the global currency reset. On Monday, March 16th, the 10 Days of Darkness protocol will officially activate according to classified military bulletins. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. The purpose is not suppression, it is revelation. For the first time in modern history, humanity will witness uncensored truth broadcasts, evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the fiat empire. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns in Europe and the United States. Central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. During the 10 days, expect silence, then light. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness, names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. The event will be global and irreversible. When the blackout lifts, humanity will awaken to a system cleansed of manipulation, powered by truth and guided by divine law. The countdown to March 16th has begun. The blackout will not bring fear. It will bring freedom. The golden age starts the moment the lights go out. Global Currency Reset, Saturday, March 14th. The global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies worldwide was happening right now. Those foreign currency and ZIM bond holders in Tier 4B should watch for emails from Wells Fargo that will tell you how to set up your foreign currency exchange ZIM bond redemption appointments. Saturday, March 14th, setting up your new Quantum Financial System wallet bank account. Nassar connected on Telegram. The Quantum Financial System is worldwide. QFS wallets, bank accounts, are for citizens of different nations across the globe. Jasara funds are worldwide. Nassara funds are for the United States citizens. April 1st, 2026 is not symbolic, it is operational. After that, the system does not pause, it advances. From this point forward, everything moves by verification, not by noise. Once QFS Sovereign Wallet appointment begins, expected April 1st, there will be no public announcements, no open invitations, and no explanations repeated twice. If you are approved to set up your personal QFS Sovereign Wallet, you will be contacted directly. If you are not, you will not hear anything at all. The silence will not be a mistake, it will be confirmation. I am seeing final alignment taking place now between U.S. Treasury, routing systems, and QFS settlement nodes. This is the last technical layer before Jasara Nassara funds are fully released. Legacy banking systems are already being bypassed. Some institutions will appear operational on the surface, but their authority is gone. What matters now is quantum verification, not bank access. At your appointment, no cash will be handed out, no paper checks, no transfers through old rails. You will be in full control of your assets through your sovereign QFS wallet, and you will decide how funds are allocated, protected, and deployed. Advisors will be present to assist, but the authority remains with you. You are allowed to bring support with you to your appointment. Advisors, legal contacts, trusted associates. This is not secrecy. This is precision. Everything is designed to ensure clarity and protection at the moment value changes hands. There will be resistance. I am already seeing it. Delays, misinformation, false narratives, fake portals. Ignore them. The system is secure. The ledger is immutable. Everything that is legitimate will come through official encrypted channels only. Stay calm, stay focused, stay ready. We are past the edge now. The redistribution is underway.
Judy note. We have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange your foreign currency in an official redemption center, ARC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at ARC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at ARC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at ARC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. They would no longer have control over your personal money account. Only you would.
Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. foreign tied overseas bases, and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose: stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn. No more shadows. No two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law. Common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, wars, and more wars. Saturday, March 14, 2026. Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. Iran has no ability to defend anything that we want to attack. There's nothing they can do about it. President Donald J. Trump. Saturday, March 14, 2026, Iran says it is now going to make sure no oil that benefits the United States or Israel passes through the Straits of Hormuz, warning that such shipments will be blown up immediately. Iran says the world should prepare for $200 per barrel oil as it goes on the offensive and will strike anything that benefits the United States or Israel. You will not be able to artificially lower the price of oil. Well, I know that we have a lot of reserves here that have been opened up, and I don't think there's an oil problem here. Saturday, March 14, 2026, on Piers Morgan, Professor Zhang Yang exposes the terrifying eschatological agenda driving the war. He details how secret societies are orchestrating the collapse of the American empire to build the Greater Israel Project, an AI surveillance state, and usher in the end times. Who would have thought we would ever see this? Guru Information and Intel, Saturday, March 14th, boom. The Patriots are rising as Juan O'Savin, Michael Jaco, and Sheila Holm expose the shattering truth in their March 14th roundtable. Juan O'Savin on Telegram. Trump is dismantling Britain's iron grip on global affairs, severing their puppet strings from Iran to Israel. Since his bold moves in September 2025, Trump has declared the state of Israel free from foreign meddling, leaving Bibi Netanyahu aligned with true sovereignty. Britain's prime minister flounders, refusing aid in the Hormuz Straits, only to be told, "We don't need you." Lloyd's of London, once the cabal's powerhouse controlling America, Canada, Australia, and beyond, crumbles under Trump's precision strikes. Greenland stands sovereign. Troops withdrawn under threat of total tariffs. The chains are breaking. Shocking. This is the second Revolutionary War, Patriots. Britain retains hidden rights to throne Jerusalem via the Balfour Declaration, but Trump's genius exposes the Zionist bankers' schemes. Zelensky's betrayal in 2025, fleeing to Britain after ditching Trump's ceasefire. Threats fade as Trump crushes the City of London's ties to China and Iran. No boots on the ground in Iran. B-2 bombers soar 36 hours nonstop, obliterating threats with surgical accuracy. The Revolutionary Guard's empire, built on secret UK properties worth billions, topples as Mojtaba Khomeini hides in fear. King Charles's alleged Islam conversion? Just more deep state desperation. Alert! Financial Armageddon looms. 85% of U.S. bond fraud ties to schools, dooming 600 banks by 2027. Post-2008 stress tests forced 60% cash and worthless bonds. Balloon payments unpayable even with county-wide taxes. Hyperinflation echoes Weimar, but Trump vows honest money. Gold and silver reset, ending the Fed's fiat scam from London's Roman walls. IRS abolished external tariffs and the Republic. Property taxes skyrocket, 40% in Colorado. The hijack ends now. Schools indoctrination hubs run by non-citizen superintendents linked to Spanish intelligence face extinction. LAUSD and Ohio scandals reveal Mexico's remote control via Spain, all exposed. Patriots awake. Election fraud as weapon of mass destruction hits 71 nations. Puppeteering leaders via Venezuela, China, Serbia. Trump's 17-page executive order, ready by April 2026, declares national emergency. Military oversight, no machines, paper ballots, ID only. Tina Peters freed amid Colorado demos. Heard 2024 evidence seals fates. John Brennan's arrest imminent. Treason straight to Gizmo, earth-shattering. Grand juries indict on 2024 manipulations. Senators Biden votes in 2020. 93 face treason trials. Return to factory settings, 2-year terms. State-picked senators, no midterms. Yo, SES and IG, Carter's deep state tools dismantled. The storm is here. Albert Pike's Luciferian plans for world wars shatter under Trump's peace deals. Congo stabilized, Middle East transformed. Jubilee begins July 5th, 2026. 50th day post July 4th, restoring lands, crushing debts. Trump's 777 destiny signals divine victory. 5th Jubilee renews America. White Hat's control, the Great Awakening surges. Cabal trembles as Trump presides over bankruptcy reset, making patriots whole. Where we go one, we go all. Fight on.
Is there risk there? Look, I've told your audience before, we're missing within a couple of different operations nuclear weapons. So
we're missing. You're saying we're missing some nuclear weapons
within the global stockpile. Multiple locations and nations, not just
do they know when we started missing them? What, under what administration? I mean,
well, but I've gone into this a bit, and at the end of the day, the general that was Putin's very close friend that was killed in the scooter attack, what was his role? He was trying to track down some parts that related to being able to refresh or update and make current some very old nuclear devices, and they have a shelf life, and with some of the components, or they just fizzle. And so he was trying to track down where some of these components went. That we know there's also some missing devices out there. And the Russians, during the fall of Soviet Union, we got almost all, but there's a few missing, specifically within the Ukraine theater. And there's also material that could be used for dirty bombs, going to some of the reactors there in Ukraine, other stuff in the Soviet Union. There is a Chinese threat, although it's radically less. There's one also related to South Africa. We still have some problems out there, and they're very, very, very serious. Allowing Iran and its leadership to fester away and pull something off because we're afraid to act was not wise. We're reducing the threat. Can you get it to zero? Probably not in actuality.
What we think we know as of Sunday, March 15th. Saturday, March 14th, Israel is last. Checkmate. Checkmate, explosive revelations. 107, Michael Jaco, Sheila Holm unmasked the deep state's collapse, elections, fraud, and imminent arrests. Saturday, March 14th, Israel is last. Benjamin Netanyahu has been removed. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Saturday, March 14th, Republican leaders on C-SPAN. As terror threats have emerged across the country, the very agency tasked with preventing and responding to those threats remains shut down because Democrats have chosen to protect criminal illegal aliens over hardworking Americans. Friday, March 13, 2026, Democrats funneled $6 billion of taxpayer money to a conglomerate of United Nations agencies